Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin beginning shortly. If you could please take your seats. Thank you.
And if you do that for you as a nation, you can do that for the corporates as well. And just imagine, you go out to a corporate and say, God, by the way, guys, you are under risk in that protect category to that volume. That really helps. Get customs law specialists in, the practical things. And to your last point, I mean, what are IPAs supposed to be doing? I'm a strong believer IPAs should not be glorified marketing agencies. IPAs should be practical in terms of helping corporates operate in the country. And one of the most important things in my mind is aftercare. I mean, it's super important, rarely done properly. It is being continuous in what you're doing. I mean, look at the Irish. For the last 60, 70 years, they plow on. Irrespective of what government is in power, irrespective of what party is in power, they continue to do what they need to do. That is what actually really helps companies operate in FDI.
Thank you, Martin. Ivica, the legal and the institutional environment, the region and in Macedonia, how do you view this? What are the regulatory reforms that the investors that you are working with are looking for to be improved by the countries in this region? And are the governments listening to the voice of the existing investors?
Yeah, thank you, Victor. Well, let's start at the legal framework, which the regional countries has, is more or less the same. We're coming from the same system, so and even in attracting the FDIs, we have the same laws that are attracting these investments. I mean, we're generally aligned. All these countries are aligned. They have the same, more or less, tax benefits. They have more or less same incentives for workers, for opening a workplace, for permits, lands, licensing, things like that. So in this environment, you cannot compete anymore with lower taxes because everybody have like from 9 to 15%. So you cannot get lower probably, and we'll probably see the reverse process in the future in increasing especially the profit tax. What we can see is that the laws are there, but the implementation gap is also there. Because it's one thing to have that law on paper, the other thing is to implement them. So what we are facing is that we need to improve our administration, our bureaucracy, so we can, what we have said and what we had promised to these investors to implement, to implement. So in that cases, so we believe that we should try. And it was on the yesterday's panels, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Poland said that the rule of law, although is a topic that everybody speaks about that, but it's something that we need to take care of very seriously, very seriously. For example, Macedonia doesn't have a specialized course for commercial disputes. We have separate department in the civil court in Skopje, but what's the problem? Because it's a department, the judges often change, and you can get in case when the third or fourth judge which will take your case will rule on that case. That for investor is not a good sign that case will take care of properly. Another case, for example, your company is in Ohrid. Ohrid is a small town. So you have a small court over there. If you get in some commercial dispute over there, you'll probably end up with a judge who maybe is a nice judge, I mean, experienced judge, but who probably get taken care of divorces or disputes about the fence between neighbors, and that will take care of your case, which is maybe in the millions. So that doesn't get any faith in the investors who are coming and want to invest. So we should probably get some specialized commercial dispute court. We're a very small country. We're an hour and a half from north to south, from west to east. So getting one specialized court for commercial disputes where we will teach these judges will give more faith to the investors who are coming here. Let me say that this problem has all other countries. Serbia has this problem, Montenegro has this problem, Bosnia has this problem. So it's not like we are the only one who have these problems. But if we want to attract more FDIs, we want to be the first one who will resolve these issues. The second topic is what we can see, and as Martin said, the aftercare. I mean, we have systems where in the free zones, and I can say for a positive aspect, it's going very well. You have a one-stop shop system where you can get all your incentives, or you can get all permits, licensing, things like that, to start the business. But let's not forget, most of the businesses are not, FDIs are not coming to the free economic zones, they're coming also out of the zones. So, and I feel that they're left alone. The IPAs in Macedonia don't have the legal power to do the aftercare or to give them some care during the process of investing in this country. So we need to make a legal framework where you will have a dedicated IPA who will help you go through the process, and after that, who will help you to solve all your problems which we have in everyday work. So in that case, I believe that the aftercare is very important. I believe that having the predictability in the laws is also very important. For example, we have two cases of, because nobody's investing, let's say, nobody's investing for 2 years. If they're building a factory, they want to stay longer. So when we speak with investors, they never say, I mean, the incentives are important, all the benefits are important, but the most important thing is, would those incentives, those benefits, those taxes, regulation will be there in place in 5 or 10 years. And that's more than one government. So we need to make sure that more governments will stay on the course, especially in the tax regulation. For example, we have the tax on solidarity a few years back, which was, I don't say, if there are pros and cons in that law. I'm not saying is it a good or a bad law. But we have adopted that law the following year, and it was for the previous year. So all these companies which need to pay these taxes have already paid their profit tax, they already distribute their dividend to the shareholders, and need to find money in the following year for the previous year. That gives uncertainty to the investors. That gives uncertainty to the potential investors who are coming to this country. So, and that can be easily avoided. Give predictability, give locatio legis 1 year, 2 year, speak with investors, speak with the community and say, okay, we were going to do this. The companies will adapt to that. But first of all, you need a predictability and not to change in a rush all these laws. Now we have the same example with a minimal corporate tax, which was also adopted like 2 years before the new year, and it is going to get effect on the next year when probably all the budgets, and you know better than me, of these companies have been locked. So this company need to find those funds, and that gives uncertainty to the investors and sends a bad message, and which can be easily avoided if we have a predictability and we tell and speak with them and give them the proper message, what we're going to do and how will that affect their businesses.
Thank you. Can you please put the first question on slide while we're speaking? So please answer this question. We'll go to that in a few minutes. But Jacopo, a couple of the things that were mentioned. First of all, the global minimum corporate tax that has been implemented since last year. That means tax holidays for large multinationals are off the table. What does that mean? Not just for us. For many places around the world, free zones had tax holidays. What does that mean? How do you change? It's not only about incentives, but when it was special new environment that was created before coming this location because we have something more favorable, how is that changing the whole landscape of FDI attraction?
Okay. The question is it going to be implemented? That still remains to be seen because the Trump administration signed on the first day of the new presidency an executive order saying that they will not implement and they will go after the companies that implement it against the United States, US MNEs. So I think that we are looking at a situation where the European Union that spent a lot of capital both on an OECD level and then when trying to convince Hungary to sign up for the global minimum tax, to implement the global minimum tax, risk remaining isolated in a global context where the two largest economies in the world are not implementing it. And so we may be facing a situation where European MNEs are asked to comply with something that would go to the detriment of their competitiveness, because then US MNEs or other MNEs don't have to comply with a 15% global minimum tax in their subsidiaries. So this, I was a firm believer that this could have been done, and there was a strong consensus. Also, the Biden administration kind of hinted, almost managed to get it through Congress. This has not happened. So this adds to the uncertainty, and I think that this probably goes a bit farther from your question, but this is the biggest risk that we are envisioning now when we talk about the end of multilateralism and the possible damage that this U.S. administration, to be blunt, is doing across the world, is that losing that leadership role in multilateral platforms. The global minimum tax was a reform that took 10 years to be agreed, and was agreed with very strong consensus at the OECD level, with very, very few holdouts, Kenya, Nigeria. So it was really a success of multilateralism, and it got just basically thrown, flushed out in a stroke of a pen by this new development. So it's uncertain, provided that it happens. It also goes back to what Martin said, like companies not necessarily look for cheap labor, or is not necessarily the top of their priorities. If you look at surveys, it's not fiscal holidays, not necessarily the top of their preference in terms of like their decision making. Then obviously, I think that those surveys they tend to underplay. It's nice for a corporate executive to say, no, we're not really looking for fiscal incentives, but more of talent. But then obviously, fiscal incentive moved the balance, tilt the needle, and the Balkan region was also taken as an example of the so-called race to the bottom, right? Was one of the business cases of this is what happens if we don't set the threshold. All the countries or neighboring countries are racing to lower their taxation, which ultimately is going to hinder their fiscal capacity to do public investment, to invest in talent. Is it really worth the trade-off if you go that low? So I think that it was on paper, it's a great chance for free zones, and then in geography at large, really, to sharpen their investment proposition. Talent, I think that it's probably, and also yesterday, there were presentations emphasizing the role of STEM talent. There was also polls that mentioned the role of Macedonia2025 in taking on that leadership and the training and upscaling role. And talent is not just, I think, a cliche to say nowadays. I think that one of the interesting things of this digital disruption is its asymmetrical impact, meaning that in military terms, it's easy to understand. Like, you don't need 10 tankers anymore to fight 10 tankers. And the Russians, they got to understand this on their own skin, because the Ukrainians, particularly at the beginning, with just with drones and a few other advanced technology military tools, they managed to withstand that type of invasion that we saw in the very early day of the Ukrainian war. And this is because the new technologies are very asymmetrical in their impact. And this also plays out at a bigger level. You don't need to be a big economy, a big country any longer to have an impact in a global economy. You can see Taiwan has played it very, very cunningly. Taiwan was not a big economy, and now it's probably the single biggest, most important node in the global supply chains. Without Taiwan, this is why it's so strategic, and this is why they played it so well, because now the US has got probably the second largest strategic interest outside national security, domestic security, is to make sure that Taiwan remains somewhat, not in the Communist Party hands because of until the production of microchips is mostly located there. And so, how do you unlock that strategic role? How do you unlock the power of asymmetric technologies? Is through talent. And I would also argue, going back to incentives, I think that the days of free market thinking, or like 100% free market thinking, the Chicago Boys days are pretty much over. We can acknowledge that public investment matters. Taiwan didn't become, TSMC didn't become TSMC because they became very efficient and very competitive overnight. It was a massive public investment industrial policy, the result of massive public investment industrial policy. And also the Biden administration, the Trump administration, they're doing nothing new in terms of their industrial policies. This is how any country developing has always protected their fledgling nascent industry. So even for developing countries, when you find your niche, when you find your competitive edge, protect it, invest it also to public investment. I think that this should be part of the equation, should not be underplayed, we should not be too carried away any longer with the idea of the investors are going to come and there will be a ripple effect, they're going to create employment, they're going to transfer technology, knowledge. The reality is that if you are a cutting-edge technology company, you don't want to transfer technology. You just want to come, produce efficiently, and make profits along the way. But you definitely, you know that your IP is your single most valuable assets in this context. So talent, some public investment, and also play hardball. When attracting FDI, don't be naive any longer. Technology transfer, yesterday somebody mentioned joint ventures. I think that we are in the European Union is doing it, the Americans are doing it. There is no reason why other countries should not be playing hardball anymore. Obviously, it's a competitive issue. So, if I play hardball, then somebody else next door comes and is a bit more loose and gets investment. Maybe, but if you don't do that, you don't make the most of that investment.
Thank you. Can you please put the answers of the first question? And while I'll ask you to comment on that, what is your opinion? But first, you mentioned Ireland, Singapore, Costa Rica, all small countries. 50, 60 years ago, they were really underdeveloped, and they are now on the top of the world in their respective regions, not only because of the investment they attracted, but also because of the continuity, the national strategy. What would you recommend were the positive features of those three locations and other small countries like Macedonia that should be implemented in order to be successful in this journey on economic development and FDI attraction?
Difficult in the sense of we're talking about a time span of 50 years and the rules of the games have changed quite significantly. But I think the characteristic of all three countries is that they had excellent IPAs. And excellent IPAs, I think, are a function of how much support they're giving and how continuous they are. Sort of if you have a policy continuity, and we sort of had that from all speakers in a way, promises being made are promises being kept. directions aren't changing if there is a new government in place and sort of new things are done. Because it takes quite some time to filter out into the market who you are as a country. I mean, this is a crowded field, as it were. And sort of, if there is one thing we're all suffering from, it's information overload. So to get the message through is quite difficult, and to have a consistent message, I think, is very important. Banging on again about aftercare, I can sort of answer that as a corporate and as an academic. As a corporate, I've built 11 production plants around the world. In only one country, we've been recontacted by the IPA later on. I think that tells you about the level of aftercare there really is out there in the market. And that's all more surprising that by UN statistics, we know that in advanced economies where you have a big stock of FDI, up to 60% of the FDI flows are actually coming from existing investors. In developing countries where you don't have this big stock, it's between 30 and 40%. But I mean, the message is the bigger flow of investment is actually coming from guys you already know. So don't spend all the money on hunting the guys you don't know. Make it as easy, as comfortable, and as helpful to those who are already there, because it's likely that they're going to expand. And I think that the key point, and every business person in the room will know exactly what I'm talking about. Business is very rarely or never about the product. Business is always about the people. If you have the right people in your IPA, if they know what they're talking about, if they're business-minded, if they speak the language, I think this is invaluable. And that's how you sort of do it.
Can you comment a little bit, any of you? Interestingly enough, agriculture and green energy are on top. Green energy is something that is a new trend on the last, let's say, handful of years here. Certainly agriculture was not a big investment for Macedonia, but automotive industry, which has the largest potential stock of investment and largest portion of the export, is not there. Please, Jacopo, go ahead before you guys comment.
I will. I wanted in 2 minutes just like also to go back to your small country reference question. I've lived in and worked in different countries around Asia, Europe, and South America. I've heard the story of we want to be the new Singapore multiple times. Most famously also in the UK, where one of the selling point of the Brexit referendum was we can be free and trade to the whole world and become the new Singapore. Well, it turns out that, as very well said by Jeremy Hunt, the former business minister, we wanted to be the new Singapore on Thames. We became the new Argentina on the Channel. You know, no offense given to Argentina, but there is no chance that countries around the world can replicate what Singapore did, and particularly democracy around the world. Let's also be frank, like Singapore has got a very top-down governance that if you want to be a democracy, you can't really look up to Singapore. At the same time, there are many, you mentioned a few, incredible cases of small countries being able to punch above the weight. You mentioned Ireland. You mentioned, yesterday probably was mentioned Estonia is a great country. Costa Rica is a fantastic example of a country that leveraged talent, institutional stability. Costa Rica is a country that in the Constitution in 1946 or 48, they abolished the army. They abolished their military and basically they outsourced security, but one of the reasons was well, first of all, probably even if we have an army, we are pretty much powerless. And secondly, we want to use the money to develop our talent. And look at them. They are one of the biggest nearshoring platforms after Mexico in Central America. So there are a lot of examples out there. I think that for developing countries, it's very important to anchor their expectations in a realistic and feasible way. And yeah, on green energy, I was actually talking to for as much as they tell me, I'm not an expert, but they tell me that the wind power potential in the Balkan region is outstanding. And this is another very interesting element of the green energy revolution, if you may. Up until this point, capital has been allocated, if you may, very inefficiently, or most inefficiently, because capital has chased a lot of public incentives, a lot of like, imagine that we did a story a couple of years ago. In the UK, up until, this is 2019 data, so probably things are a bit slightly different now, but there was more solar, there was 4 times as much solar capacity installed than the whole of Africa. In the UK, and I live in London, I tell you that I long for sunny days every day. I wake up and I say, like, when the sun is going to come out. And there was 4 times more solar power capacity installed than the whole of the African continent, that we can all agree that doesn't lack solar irradiation. So I think that to unlock the potential of renewable energy is not a matter of resources or like potential. It's a matter of institutional framework. Do you have a good regulation? Do you have a regulation that investors can trust over the lifetime of a project, which is 15 to 20 years or even more? Do you have capital? So I think that it's more about, like if you think of oil and gas, it's a whole different game. Oil and gas, either you have fossil oil and gas or you don't. Wind and solar are pretty evenly distributed. There are countries with more or less, but in the Balkans, they tell me wind power is excellent, and there is still a big premium paid to investors that take the plunge in countries where all the pieces are falling into place. And I think that the latest development in wind power energy here in Macedonia, they seem to suggest that the pieces are falling into place in Macedonia too, so it's a great potential.
Thank you. Can you put the second question, please? Ivica, I have a question for you. You mentioned about the inefficiency or maybe the lack of capability of local court systems in terms of resolution of potential disputes between government institutions and foreign investors. What is the alternative? Would an alternative be international arbitration? Would you advise your clients to go in a direct dispute with the government or government institutions, or will you try to find a more amicable solution which is more conducive for both sides? Because if you go to the court system, no matter what the outcome is, then there may be a divorce between the investor and the government.
Yeah. Well, let me start from back. Like, so we don't go to court, and we don't, the investors don't lose a lot of time in getting the licenses, the permits, and things like that. We need a lot of digitalization. So we extract the humans in deciding or, getting those processes so long. So in that case, I think we can help and reduce maybe the disputes between the investors and the government or some other entities. Second of course, amicable resolution of all disputes is always the best scenario, because we believe, and it's the best case scenario, so everybody can go on and do with their business. Third aspect is that, of course, arbitration is the last stand, and it usually involves in every contract between the governments and the FDIs. So that's a standard procedure, that everybody has that. So if you wanted to invest 10, 20, 50, 100 million, of course you will not let the local courts decide on this matter. And that's not only in Macedonia, it's all over the world. So in that case, I don't think that's a big difference between how the things are done in UK or France or Germany or or here in the Macedonia or Serbia or Montenegro or all this region. What I can say is that we need more accountability from the public administration. In this country, we have the problem is that if we don't know how to decide something, we say, okay, we will leave it here, go to court, sue. If you get the verdict, then we will implement this decision. And that's the worst case scenario. We need to take accountability for our actions, and especially the administration. Like, you cannot do that. You cannot, because in this case, you're losing a lot of money. You lose a lot of patience, and in the end, the government is the one that suffers, because nobody's taking into consideration all the legal costs, all the fees, all the interest that needs to be paid in the end. So we need to work, and I can see this problem in the region. It's not only in Macedonia, to be fair, but we need to take more accountability from the public administration when they make decisions. The easiest way is to say, okay, I will reject you and go to court. But that's not how you treat private investors. That's not how you treat FDIs. That's not how you develop your country. So in that case, maybe that's the biggest issue with the need to attract, and that is the accountability of the public administration.
Now a question for everyone. This is what the audience thinks, where should Macedonia attract investments from? So European Union, as expected, is on top. But interesting enough, Gulf states and China are even ahead of the Americans and Japan and South Korea. So with the global investment screening process, especially the one that has been existing in the US for more than 50 years, and European Union is implementing this certainly over the last few years based on geopolitics, etc. What would be first your opinion about Chinese investments? Is that a good or a bad investment, and why?
You're putting me on the spot here. I don't think that there is we should not being dogmatic in saying there is good and bad investment. Ultimately, it's Macedonia that decides what is good for the country and what is not. To some extent, European Union, but you have to play also. You have to make the most of the benefit. You are not in the European Union yet, so you can still decide totally independently on that. I think that the European Union itself is not being very dogmatic about Chinese investment. It's raising the challenge, it's raising the risks, and then it's creating barrier to some Chinese investment in strategic sectors. But we were talking right yesterday, 2 years ago, Chinese invested in the port of Hamburg. It's not even 10 years ago, it's like 2 years ago. So it's still feasible for Chinese investment to flow into the European Union. I think that it's very important to, and this goes back to talent and strong institutions, strong rule of law underpinned by human capital. Set the rules right. You have concerns about intellectual property, design a strict intellectual property or like a good intellectual property regulation. You have concerns about asset stripping, design good asset stripping regulation. You have concerns about you want to retain some level of control, counts what may, design a good regulation, a golden share or golden peel, whatever you want to call it. Give your government a chance to call back or call in the deal and decide on a political level rather than just leaving it to market forces. So I think that it's, obviously for a country like the United States, the race for global supremacy with China is what is and will define anything moving forward. Not necessarily for the European Union, for a country like Macedonia. So if you think that there could be element of Chinese investment that can play into the hands of the national development strategy, do it, but make sure that the risks are limited. And also very interesting to see about Gulf states. I think that the so-called middle powers, not just Gulf states, but also Turkey, Indonesia, so those countries that are trying to, Brazil, remain somewhat non-aligned or trying to play different geopolitical blocks to their own strengths, they are becoming a big and growing source of global capital. More and more countries are trying to attract, obviously Gulf states are a bit of a no-brainer because of they always hit the headlines, but look at for Turkish companies, Brazilian companies, Indian companies. These are new sources of capital, very important actors of globalization moving forward, and possible very important sources of capital for developing countries.
Martin, few words on this before I summarize.
Very briefly, and as much as time's nearly up. The sector I found really surprising. Agriculture, relatively low value generation. Green energy, nearly zero jobs in there. It's sort of wealth is aggregating at the holders of capital. It's not spreading, as we heard yesterday, throughout the society. I mean, manufacturing jobs are far more spreading out jobs throughout the entire country. And despite the fact that yesterday we talked all day long about the importance of IT, it made the last spot. I found that really remarkable. In terms of the destinations, a difficult one, in as much as your FDI depends to 80% of the European Union, and a more FDI from the European Union sort of, I don't know, aggregates the lump risk in one corner. On the other hand, the Europeans probably are going to close the door to Chinese trade, not to be flooded by Chinese goods. The only way for the Chinese to circumvent that is invest in the European Union. If you're betting on China, I'm not entirely sure if that is the safest way to go strategically.
Thank you. Ivica, 30 seconds.
Yes. EU is our biggest trader, biggest partner, biggest importer of FDIs. But for example, Serbia, where we also operate, attracts a lot of Chinese investments, and Serbia is also EU candidate, and also attracts a lot of investments from United States and from EU. So that means that they don't have problems with this. So I believe naturally it's the best case scenario if you attract investments from European Union and United States, but if they are slowing up, somebody needs to fill that gap. And I believe we should think about that, and if we're going to attract investments for China, or as Jacobo said, maybe from another emerging markets like Brazil, South America and India and things like that. But we should not reject that idea because it's functioning in our neighbor country. So we should think and see what's the potential over there.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers. And the debate may be still ongoing, so I encourage any of you over the next, during the day, to reach out to any of the speakers if you have additional questions on FDI. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we turn to a topic that lies at the very heart of long-term prosperity, and that is education. This session is titled Educating Tomorrow, Shaping Leaders, Thinkers, and Innovators. Moderating this panel is Venera Carliu, board member of Macedonia2025. And please join me in welcoming our esteemed guests, Her Excellency Vesna Janevska, Minister of Education and Science of Macedonia, Mr. Arben Youssoufi, co-founder and CEO of Leon Institute, our premium sponsor and premier learning partner, and Dr. Clarice Behar-Molad, managing director at Adizes Executive Education. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Dear Minister of Education and Science, Mir Vesna Janevska, Professor Mullert, and Mr. Arben Youssoufi. Today I have the pleasure to have the most interesting panel, must say, of the summit, because since every panel, all we conclude is that education is really important. So I'm gonna have interesting questions for you. Thank you for joining us today at this vital conversation. I'm glad to be here today with my panelists. As we gather in a time of a rapid growth, transformation, technologically, socially, environmentally, we must ask ourselves the profound question: what does it truly mean to educate for tomorrow? We must rethink not only what we teach, but why we teach, and most importantly, to whom we teach. So should we define educating tomorrow in a way that reflects the reality of today? Is it about equipping students with technical skills? Is it about fostering adaptability or ethical decision-making? Perhaps both, perhaps none. I'm hoping to have a boldly, critically, and constructively panel discussion. So let's begin. Министар Јаневска, создава ли македонскиот образовен систем кадар кој ги поседува вештините што пазарот на труд ги бара? Дали е доволно вклучен бизнис секторот во обликувањето на овие генерации?
Благодарам на прашањето. Многу директно, да, образовниот систем во Македонија создава кадри потребни за пазарот на трудот. Не е основниот проблем создавање на кадри на за пазарот на трудот. Нашиот голем и сериозен проблем кој ние треба да го решаваме е наталитетот и иселувањето на младите од земјата. Како што е познато, скоро во цела Европа и во Македонија наталитетот е на сосема ниско ниво, а иселувањето, за разлика од тоа, е на значајно повисоко ниво, отколку што ние би сакале или би требало да биде очекувано во склоп на глобалните придвижувања. Но, еден од начините или една од алатките на кои ние би требало да ги задржиме нашите млади во земјата е и образование кој ќе им овозможи лесен пристап до пазарот на труд, за да не мора да бараат работа некаде во странство, а овде да имаат нормални услови и за работа, но и за еден сосема пристоен живот. Да, во последните неколку години беа направени сериозни напори да се подобри средното стручно образование, затоа што беше евидентно дека има недостаток на таков кадар на пазарот на труд и тоа навистина има една нагорна линија и од година на година е се подобро и подобро, и во тој правец ние интензивно работиме на дуални паралелки или учење преку работа. Со задоволство можеме да кажем дека оваа година од околу 17.000 основци кои требаше да се запишат во средно образование, 12.000 се запишаа во средно стручно образование, што е добар чекор за земјата. Дел од нив секако ќе го продолжат своето образование на високообразовните установи, но пак дел од нив ќе излезат на пазарот на труд. Во правец на развивање на овој тип на едукација многу ни помогна странските партнери. Јас секогаш користам прилика да се заблагодарам и на германската, и на швајцарската, и на австријската амбасада, и секако сега веќе и Шведска се вклучува, така да овој процес добро се движи. Во овој момент имаме околу 550 компании кои примаат ученици на учење преку работа или во дуални паралелки, но сега во септември, откако ќе ги имаме формирано новите паралелки и новите струки, очекувам овој број да се зголеми. Добро е што компаниите ги примаат учениците, работат со нив и дел од нив остануваат да работат во тие компании, што е исклучително добро за државата, а секако и за компаниите. Дел од компаниите пак имаат и друга политика, дел од нив стипендираат студенти, што е исто така една мотивација за учениците да се приклучат во дуалните паралелки или учењето преку работа, а секако и државата се обидува да ги стимулира учениците да влезат во овој дел на пазарот на трудот, што дава стипендии. Во моментот ние им даваме стипендии од околу 3.500 денари. Се разбира, не запираме само на средното стручно образование, правиме и промени во високото образование, затоа што пазарот на труд побарува и високо образовани кадри и во овој дел ние ќе треба малку повеќе да поработиме и да направиме дополнителни промени во иднина.
Благодарам. Mr. Yusufi, can you tell us a little bit more about how does the Leron Institute build an educational system that is centered according to the needs of the business community?
Thanks, Venera. Firstly, I'd like to thank the board of the Macedonia2025 and the organizing committee for putting together this wonderful event for all of us to come together, to network, and to share ideas. And I wish you guys a lot more success in the next 10 years. And of course, I'd like to say that I'm really pleased to be with Madam Minister in this panel. And I must say I feel compassion for her, taking this very difficult job, I would say the most difficult job in the government anywhere in the world, and especially in our country, of course, to tackle the reform of the educational system, which has been proven very difficult anywhere, really. So I wish her administration a great success in the reforms that they are planning. I'd just like to also provide a bit of a personal perspective. As a founder of Leron, we started the company about 15 years ago, right here in Skopje, with our first 10 amazing employees, and most of them are still here with us. And since then, we've grown to have over 350 employees here in Macedonia. That represents over 80% of our workforce and represents over 90% of our management that delivers education and training programs across over 30 countries in the world. And we are currently one of the leading educational providers in the corporate space in the EMEA region, and definitely the leading provider in countries like the Emirates, Saudi, Oman, and which represent our core markets. But it's interesting when I attend similar events like this in Dubai or Riyadh, and colleagues are coming and saying, what is the success factor? What was the main ingredient that the Leron grew so fast and so strong and to so many countries? I honestly answer that that's the talent. The talent that we have in Macedonia is one of the best in the region. And I'm not saying this just because we are here gathered, for that purpose, but sincerely, the talent that we have here, especially for industries that are from the knowledge-based economy, it's far superior to any other country in the region, whether Bulgaria, Serbia, Albania, or any other country here, because we have a very well educated, very motivated, highly skilled, tech-savvy, but at the same time multilinguistic and multicultural workforce that no other regional country has. And just to second on the discussions that the former Prime Minister of Georgia had yesterday, and also His Excellency the Ambassador of UAE, we have a great opportunity to build Macedonia as a regional hub for knowledge-based economies. And by region, I don't mean as a Balkan region, but much wider region, because we can have companies here that will cover Europe, that can cover Middle East, that can cover Africa. And this is a great opportunity for us. Now, just another statistics, perhaps, maybe I don't know if it's going to sound as bragging, but currently we train over 55,000 learners across these 30 countries on educational programs ranging from executive education, certified programs, in-company training, and so on. And where companies pay around $1,000 up to $2,000 per person, which is some of the cost of education here in Macedonia as well. And just for comparison, last year, the entire Macedonian higher education system had just slightly above 50,000 students, and unfortunately shrinking. So the point that I'm trying to make is that how is it possible, or if it's possible, that a startup that started in Skopje and was built into this international or regional educational provider created this, this network for education? Why is it that we cannot replicate that in the public sector? And the answer, perhaps, from my point of view, is that the fact that as a startup, as a new company, as a commercial entity, we have that freedom to build the company the way we want, to build it based on best practices, to bring best management, to have meritocracy, to have the best system, best IT, best software, and to have scalability in our mind, to have the global ambition. And unfortunately, that's not the case, obviously, with the public education, which has three main stakeholders that a lot of times have conflicting interests, right? So you have, on one side, you have the students, the kids, and the youngsters that need to go to school, and obviously the state or the government and the Ministry of Education have the constitutional responsibility to provide education to this. And I would agree with Madam Minister here, because that's one of the most effective things that the Ministry of Education is doing, because pretty much everybody does get a good education in the country. Now, I would disagree that that's at the end of this process, the skills and the competencies of these people are ready to to be placed in the workforce. But that's obviously a challenge that we have everywhere, and that's the gap that we are feeling with our part. Now, the second stakeholders here are the parents and the people like us that work in various companies that pay for that education. So either directly to private institutions or through our taxes to the government, and then government is investing around 4 to 5% of the budget back into the education. But Venera, my thesis statement today is just to complement what you said earlier, is that really the most critical stakeholder in the education system, we must understand, is the private sector, is the corporate space. And why is that? The reason is twofold. Both the first and the second stakeholders that I mentioned, whether the current workforce in the form of the parents, they're our employees, so we need them to be productive in our companies, but also their kids, their final destination at the end of the education process is us. So we have to start designing the long-term strategy, and especially now with the AI transformation that is happening, we have to start building the public education strategy, having in mind the end game. And the end game is that in 5-10 years' time, all of us, whether Alkaloid or Leoron or Salience or any company here, will have completely different needs from the workforce, from their skills point of view, competency point of view, language skills, AI capabilities, and so on. So we have to go with reverse engineering and embed those requirements into the system now as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Arben. Professor Clarice, coming from the Diaz Institute from the United States, what is your experience?
I've taught students
You look like you don't agree with us here.
You're right.
Right?
I've taught thousands of students around the world, tens of thousands, since 1996. Whether it was the Far East, the Near East, whether it was Australia, whether it was New Zealand, whether it was Africa, Europe, North America, Central America, South America. I've been there, I taught students. I taught in almost all the educational institutions here in Macedonia. Guess what? Students are not that different. So by encapsulating all of this and saying, oh, but we've got problems, okay? Let's put it in a context, okay? The problems do not necessarily stem from the students or the great willing teachers, educators, instructors, and people that are there to put together this very complex system. The majority of the times, they get paid shit, right? And they still show up to work, and they still get the work done, and they're still motivated to take care of the future generation. So what's missing? Okay, what's happened? Well, part of the reason that I went back to the Adizes Institute, where I used to work a long time ago, 2005, I was here in Macedonia doing one of the executive training programs of Adizes for managers in Macedonia, together with our friends there. Hi, Aneta. And is because when you strip everything away, what do all of them say to you? They say, we are lacking some basic skills. They're not talking about technology. Trust me, YouTube is far better than any of the professors out there. Far better, and they're far more comfortable with it. Far more, okay? The employers that are hiring them, there was a current research done by Fortune magazine of thousands of CEOs, especially in North America, saying, we don't give a damn about diplomas anymore. We want to hire qualified individuals. So you have a student population that is being told that, right? And then they, if they need an answer, have it in their fingertips, right? They don't need to try too hard, especially with the advent of AI. They can get answers instantaneously. So what can we offer them? Well, what we can offer them is the ability to grow and become real leaders of their communities, of their economies, of their regions, of the problems that we're facing on this planet, which are humongous, okay? And how do we teach them that? We cannot teach them by assuming that if we give them a course on finance, plus a course of, I don't know, marketing, plus a course of HR, plus, that all of this will be accumulated together and provide them with a aha moment in which they'll say, I can put it all together, I can do my job, I can start a new company, I can definitely conquer the world. It does not happen. So, as a result of that, we need a revolution in the education field as well. The education field has gone through an earthquake. Maybe you didn't notice it as much, but your children definitely have noticed it. They go to class and they say, well, this is boring, this is not interesting, you know, why am I here? Why am I supposed to read this book? You know, forget about it. They get online and they more and more create a distance, right? From their surrounding, from us, from you know, other people that may tell them later on what they think they need to know, and so on. And so the Adizes Institute has decided, Dr. Adizes, as you know, is one of the most famous Macedonians in the world. He's been involved for 50 years in training heads of state, heads of corporations, heads of industry, et cetera, in maintaining leadership positions that are leading towards improvements, whether it's in the economy, in society, in culture, and so on and so forth. And we sat together with him, he's getting older now, 89, and said, help! And he said, guess what? Let's create a whole different, you know, framework for educating leaders and executives. And we developed a couple of new programs. They're very, very different, and in a way, nonconformist, you may say, but they are being taught by practitioners in the field. They're not being taught by traditional professors. They're being taught by people that spend most of the time solving problems, okay, business problems primarily, but also nonprofits, governmental, and so on and so forth. And we decided that learning can happen not just between the instructor and the student. Learning can happen with content and the individual, right? Which is, can be nowadays even interactive content. It needs to happen between those that are learning, because for each other, they can serve as a source of learning and knowledge. And they can happen, furthermore, with other institutions that have a stake in what it is that that education is going to bring forward. And we've met with a lot of questions, but also started finding a lot of supporters that are saying, hey, maybe you have the answer. We want to talk to you, which is very encouraging. One of the places in which we're getting this from is actually the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, where we're going in 2 weeks. They are engaged now in a massive AI initiative, $500 billion, and education is the #1 requirement. Why? Because guess what? The technology, Microsoft is there, Google is there, Meta is there, Minstrel is there, everybody's take. They don't have a problem with that. They'll give them training, they'll give them even some outsourcing, whatever it is that they need. But what about the rest of the population? What are they going to do with them? How are they going to adapt to this new environment? Will they only need to know how to use Copilot? Nah. They will need to know a whole lot more than that. They will need to understand how does that impact them as those that are going to be building the world of the future. How is it going to enable them to solve the massive problems that we tried to solve that they claim we failed, like green energy, right? Let's figure it out. Let's work on it together. So what I wanted to say is that as much as, I've worked in the traditional framework and there's an absolute need for it, it's time to challenge it. It's really time to start asking why. Why are we doing things that way? Are we getting the results that we want? We're not. Primarily, most brain drain is happening in every single country in this part of the world. It's not like Macedonia is any different. It's happening to all of them. By talking about it and saying, why are you doing it? Can't you think about a job here? We'll create a company for you. Is that the answer? No. That generation needs to take ownership and become leaders of their own generation in order to look into what would be most effective for their future building.
Thank you, Clarice. I would come back to you later and argue about something you mentioned about the diplomas. So, keep your thought. Мистер Јаневска, кој е моменталниот фокус на владата на Република Македонија, Министерството за образование, дали имаме доволно брзи, да ги следиме ли доволно глобалните образовни трендови?
Благодарам. Now I realize that I'm the only person here speaking Macedonian, but I hope you understand me. And in the year when we celebrate 80 years of codification of Macedonian language, please let me continue in Macedonian. Is there a translation, Nikita?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Пред да ви одговорам на прашањето, би сакала да продискутирам со Кларис малку, ако може. Кларис, едукацијата, начинот на едукација не е проблем само во Македонија, тоа е глобален проблем. Да, поради промените, овие технолошки силни промени кои што се случуваат во светот, јас би рекла ова е новата ера на новата технологија, ние мора да се прилагодуваме и јас гледам дека многу земји се обидуваат да најдат соодветен начин како да ги образуваат своите ученици. Она што јас го читам и гледам е секоја нација или секоја земја според своите потреби да пронајде свој единствен пат за младите луѓе да ги воведе на пазарот на труд затоа што тоа е тоа што им дава лично задоволство, да се чувствуваат сигурни, безбедни, базично задоволни, да си придонесат за себе и на тој начин да придонесат и за општеството. Дури и многу познати личности кои не се бават со едукација, нели се ангажирани и се трудат, спортисти, глумци, да придонесат нели во пропагандите за стекнување на знаења. Ке почнем да одговорам на прашањето, да, тие треба да имаат вештини, но постои една опасност дека ако ги усмериме строго само на одредени вештини и компетенции, тие во својот живот ќе бидат ограничени само на одреден дел од работата која ќе научат во некоја компанија. Но светот се менува, компаниите се воздигнуваат и пропаѓаат. Тие морат да бидат подготвени со свесност дека знаењето е она што им носи придонес во животот и да се приклучат на доживотно учење, за да можат лесно да се адаптираат на новиот пазар на труд кој секојдневно може да се менува, особено во мали земји како што е Македонија. Економијата на Македонија зависи од глобалната економија. Она што во моментот се случува на исток значајно влијае на нашите компании. И компаниите во Македонија, во зависност од она што се случува глобално, се воздигнуваат и паѓаат. Така и работната сила добива работа или не добива работа. Од тука, ќе зборувам за Македонија, тоа е нашиот државен интерес. Нашите ученици мора да станат свесни дека знаењето за нив е суштинска потреба, тоа е живот, и дека колку повеќе вештини стекнуваат, толку е подобро за нив. И сега дозволете да одговорам на прашањето. Прашањето беше што се ние правиме за да го подобриме образованието или образовниот систем. За жал, многу треба да се направи и во овој момент, во овие последни 10 месеци многу правиме. Министерството за образование и наука нема привилегија да се фокусира на едно нешто и да оди по некаква права линија, еден единствен пат, туку паралелно на бројни колосеци мора да превзема активности. Јас би го поедноставила тоа и би рекла дека образованието зависи од наставните и студиските програми, зависи од мотивираноста на оние кои го предаваат знаењето и секако зависи од инфраструктурата. Она што го правиме во однос на знаењето кое треба да го стекнат, односно курикулумите во основно, средно и високо, е што интензивно почнавме да ги менуваме и прилагодуваме на потребите на денешницата. Па така, например, имаме гимназиско образование старо 24 години со 7-8 ситни промени во него, промени на курикулумите, од кои ниеден не е довршен и од кои ние не можеме да извлечеме анализа дали едниот бил добар, а другиот лош. Конечно, за жал, мора повторно да се направи истото, да се воведе модерен курикулум, за да можеме и кој ќе потрае барем 10 години за ние да можеме да го видиме ефектот од тоа и да кажеме да ова беше добро или ова беше лошо, да можеме било каква анализа да направиме. Ги менуваме курикулумите и во основно образование, минатата година 7, следната година 8, па 9 и почнуваме први клас гимназија, па следната година 2 и така натаму. Но во Македонија, но и не во Македонија, насекаде во светот кога се донесува новина, па и во минатото кога малку пребрзо сме се обидувале да ги направиме промените, се јавува отпор, затоа што ако не е подготвена средината, тоа значи учениците, наставниците и родителите, да го прифатат новото нешто во образованието и образовниот систем, се јавува отпор. Па еве, претпоставам дека многумина од вас знаат дека понудивме заедно со бирото нов гимназиски курикулум, кој се обидовме максимално да го адаптираме на потребите на денешното време. И понудивме бизнис, право, предприемништво, вештачка интелигенција, нешто што е актуелно и им е потребно, зелена агенда за чување на екологијата, значи се она што во моментот е приоритетно. Во една група и во другата група ги понудивме обштествените предмети, хуманистички предмети, со еднаков број на часови, имавме силна реакција во општеството дека ги занемаруваме обштествените предмети и дека без нив не може. Не баре по оние кои ја правеле концепцијата не знаат дека без нив не може, нели и не мислеле на тоа дека без нив не може. Во такви моменти паметно и ние тоа го направивме малку да ја стивнеме ситуацијата и да оставиме подолго време за дискусија и да се прилагодуваме едни на други за да добиеме вин-вин ситуацијата. И ако почнеме насилно реформа, таа сигурно нема да успее. Тоа е дефинитивно и веќе видено во земјата. Тоа е, да речеме, глобално околу програмите. Во врска со мотивацијата на наставниците, во земјите како Македонија, но и на целиот Балкан, а и сегде во светот, финансите се добра мотивација, па така во 10 години, во 10 месеци се извинувам, нашите наставници добија 12% покачување на платата, што веројатно од нивна страна изгледа малку, но од страна на буџетот е релативно многу, затоа што ние затекнавме, жал ми е што мора да кажам, но релативно празен буџет и минатата година, а оваа година треба многу да се вложува и се разбира во образованието пари никогаш доволно. Образованието е скапа работа, постојано повторувам, мора да бидеме свесни дека е тоа, ако сакаме сериозни промени, ние во него мора да вложуваме. И е работа чиј ефект се гледа после 10-15 години. Не можеме да очекуваме промената која правиме денес да ја видиме утре. Значи, ако денес воведуваме курикулум во први клас гимназија, ефектот ќе го видиме после 4 или 5 години. Веќе во високото образование, навистина јас не сум слушнала дека ни еден од професорите ќе се пожала дека нивните примања не се соодветни. Јас сум сосема срекна затоа што сметам дека тоа ќе биде мотивација за нив и повеќе да работат во образованието, но секако и во науката, затоа што нашите универзитети не ги одвојуваат образовниот процес и процесот на науката. Во однос на инфраструктурата, исто така во Македонија има многу што да се сработи. И во овој момент, мислам дека трошиме некаде околу 32 милиони евра на 7 нови училишта, на 30 на објекти кои треба да се реконструираат. Во моментов е почната изградба на 2 спортски сали, но ќе се градат уште 40. За жал, колку и да градиме во овие години, секогаш има недостаток и на спортски терени, и на реконструкција на одредени училишта кои се веќе стари. Оно што е најважно, што мислам дека ќе биде сериозна реформа која ќе овозможи подобар квалитет на образованието, е тоа што започнатиот процес на оптимизација на училишната мрежа интензивно го спроведуваме и ќе го спроведуваме се додека комплетно не оптимизираме училишната мрежа и секако мора да воведеме нова формула за финансирање на образованието и во основното и средното и во високото. Високото малку ќе почека. Јас сум срекна да кажам дека ние заедно со УНИЦЕФ, со швајцарската влада и со други наши пријатели.
So I would like to ask you, what are the major AI and tech trends? What skills do the employees need in the future?
Well, I mean, I think we live in probably one of the most exciting times in the human history, and especially on the education space. I believe that the impact of AI probably will be greater than in any other industry. And I think we were planning to do a survey on that, just based on some of the opinions on that. Like, Bill Gates, for example, is claiming that in 5 to 10 years, there won't be any more teachers and professors and tutors, so that profession will entirely be gone. Or Elon Musk is saying that again in the next 5 to 10 years, all the jobs will be gone. I mean, obviously, relatively when we say all of them, but and from the university's point of view, I share the opinion, and many people in the industry share the opinion that universities will have a lot different role than what they have today. But just perhaps to connect a bit on Madam Minister's comment on the improvements in the system, I have a slight different opinion on that, and I think that's one of the key problems with the public education system is that constant improvement drive. So there's so many things that they have to improve that we lose the track on what is important and what are the new things down the line. What I would suggest and recommend for a country like Macedonia, for the education system to be a bit more open and flexible to other players, private players from the country and internationally. Like, for example, we have programs like International Baccalaureate or the American diploma programs and many others, the Finnish, which are ready to be deployed on an optional level. So you don't have to deploy them for everyone, but we can start with giving that option to a certain number of students that will be interested to do that. But the criticality of this, it comes from the point that there is a huge decoupling happening, what the professor was talking about earlier. There's a huge decoupling between the learning, the actual learning process, and the education system. So the learning now, most of the learning is happening outside of the education system, whether as self-initiatives, on e-learning programs, on social media, and of course now with the AI, we're going to see a lot what is called the hyper-personalization of learning, meaning that we will have so many digital tools like AI tutors, AI counselors, AI teachers, and so on and so forth that will work on our personal improvement and personal development. So I think that the role of the teachers in the future will also change a lot, where they will become more of a quality assurance people in the system as opposed to direct delivery, and the delivery of the knowledge and content will probably be almost entirely done by AI agents. Now, again, on the education system, we have a lot of interesting projects in UAE, and the new concept is that universities will move more into the direction of becoming validators of knowledge, kind of like testing centers where whatever knowledge we gain, we go back to universities and schools to validate that knowledge. So the primary role of the universities and schools will probably be in issuing those digital certificates and diplomas, and in a way hold the keys to our future careers. And by keys, I mean literal keys, because they're already in UAE, for example, most of the certificates and diplomas are being put on the blockchain platforms. So there will be fully digitized and will be outside of any bureaucracy. So any individual person will really own their own tokens and diplomas and anything that they have performed. But on the corporate level, what I mentioned earlier is that we will see the biggest disruption, and the future workforce will have a smaller portion of human capital and much larger portion of AI agents that will do most of the repetitive work. So what we see already indications in our markets is that companies are starting to invest on two prime areas. So on the technical skills and competencies, the focus is AI literacy and anything that relates to building capabilities that relate to this new technological wave. And this is across the board. It might be in finance, it might be in supply chain, in procurement, even engineering. But the main focus that we see is that the future skills and competencies will be those that are a lot more human in nature. So those that, in a way, cannot be replicated by AI agents. And I think World Economic Forum is publishing those skills every year. Things like innovation, leadership, critical thinking, strategic thinking, and so on and so forth. So I believe these are the areas that the future of the workforce needs to be developed starting from now.
Thank you. Clarice, I'm coming back to you about what you said. I need to argue with you here on the topic of diplomas. On Slido, I do have questions about formal and informal education. So please, you have 1.5 minutes to convince me why should people be interested in your program when you don't issue a diploma, you issue a certificate, so they do not have academic credits for those programs, but convince me here, sell it to me.
The thing that we have realized is that specifically what you have just mentioned, the skills having to do with critical thinking, with the ability of developing human resources, with the ability of undertaking an idea at its very bare minimum and being able to build upon it with no fear, taking the risk, not knowing what the end result may be. Those kinds of skills are not currently being highly supported in traditional curricula. And so what we are seeing is we're seeing participants in our programs that for some reason have already obtained, the traditional diplomas for their own credentials, right? But now want to learn for the sake of learning. Now want to move forward for the sake of being really knowledgeable. And to me, they come in with very different requirements than those students that have been used to the passive way. Oh, I'm here to study, digital marketing. Show me. We don't let them show, ask for show. We say to them, no, now you show us, and we will critique and discuss it. So we're seeing a total renewed interest in bringing forward a totally different perspective on what training and education can do in the development of human resources, in the development of talent. And the other thing that I want to mention, we're involved in a very large project in Spain that is just launched for one of the largest engineering and construction companies in Europe that won a $3 billion refinery contract in Saudi Arabia, and they had to hire 800 new managers. And those managers came on board. They all had MBAs, business degrees, some engineering degrees, et cetera, et cetera. And they started interviewing them, and they were saying, we need help. And they were very surprised by it. What do you mean you need help? We hired you because you already know. And it was like, yeah, we know certain things, but we don't know ABC. And it turned out that what they needed is to understand how to come together with totally different backgrounds and yet be able to be effective in their jobs as managers and as project leads. And they wanted the opportunity to experiment by learning it before they actually had to deal with the assets of the customer, which is where, you may make mistakes and pay the price. And so we developed a program for them, and the interesting part about it, that we broke the mold of how the program is delivered. Everybody knows TikTok, right?
No.
So all the learning is delivered in 8 to 12 minutes videos, like TikTok. All the learning is framed as quick consumption, quizzing, try it out, quick consumption, quizzing, try it out. And actually, this is very much modeled after a new framework that Harvard Business School is developing for their continuing education, which is now permeated across all topics and has been proven to be extremely successful. The last program I took at Harvard Business School, we had 600 students for a 4-week course on the implications of AI. And we never interacted directly with the professors. We interacted with content, okay? And that content was submitted to us TikTok style. And the overall satisfaction of 700 people from all over the world at the end was through the roof. Everybody was so pleased.
Thank you, Clarice. We have 10 more minutes left. Би сакала, ова и многу лично и ме интересира, сакаме приватните образовни установи да обезбедиме еднаквост во професионалниот развој. Во изминатиот период често зборувате за проверка на квалитетот на образованието во приватните училишта и на факултетите. Ме интересира дали во меѓувреме се случи позитивна промена.
Благодарам, ќе се обидам да бидам кратка. Во изминатите 10 месеци Државниот просветен инспекторат направи повеќе од 2000 проверки, не само на високообразовните установи, во средните и основните училишта, но
кои траат по 3 дена.
2000 проверки, што веројатно во последните 3 години не ги направила, се извинувам, не го знам точниот подактот, да не бидам погрешно сватена. Ќе се задржам на високото образование. Сосема се согласувам дека треба промени, дека треба да бидат поприсутни во компаниите, дека треба да има и информално и неформално учење, тоа не е дилема и тука ќе треба да се направат одредени промени. Во однос на приватните високообразовни установи, пред 10 години или колку беше тоа, во времето на една друга влада на ВМРО, нели се дозволи да постојат приватни установи, образовни установи во Македонија, што тогаш ми изгледаше како одлична идеја, како стимулација за конкуренција, надпревар меѓу високообразовните установи, но како што тоа се случува и не само кај нас, се случи сосема обратен процес. Ние во Македонија добивме пад на квалитетот на високото образование, не само присуството на приватните високообразовни институции, туку затоа што целокупните општествени прилики доведоа до релативен пад и на јавните универзитети. Јавна тајна е, која тешко се докажува, затоа што двете страни се учесници во несаканото дејство, еве така ќе го наречам, дека во Македонија се стекнуваат, и не само во Македонија, и во околината, и тоа е општо познато, одреден број на студенти се стекнуваат со дипломи кои не ги заслужиле на разни начини. За жал, дел од нив влегуваат во јавната администрација, во бизнес секторот не секако не можат да влезат, оти таму треба нешто да знаат, но влегуваат во јавната администрација и јавните установи, што доведува до целокупно опаѓање на квалитетот и на работата во целата држава. Она што ние го направивме во овие 10 месеци, затворивме 13 приватни научни институти. Честна да бидам, дел од нив сами побараа да бидат затворени откако почнаа проверките. И тоа е добро. И овој процес продолжува.
Да повикаме уште повеќе.
Да си се затворат, затоа што да не ги затвараме ние, нека се затворат самите и ќе биде добро. Продолжува тој процес, се по закон. Нашите закони не се секогаш доизречени, но внимаваме да биде се така како што треба, па веројатно следат уште 10 други кои сами или ние ќе ги затвориме. Следно на мониторинг ќе бидат здравствените струки, така наречени, кои што исто така ги има во повеќе приватни универзитети или високи стручни школи, иако јас против високите стручни школи навистина немам ништо против, иако се приватни. И нив сега ги мониторираме и веќе една ќе ја затвараме и ги повикуваме и другите сами да се затворат, за да не се трудиме премногу за џабе. Но има и добри примери. Например, American College е добар пример. Да. Балканскиот универзитет е исто така добар пример, со многу вложувања, со многу постојан развој. Гледам дека во последниве месеци фон се приклучува на оваа група, што значи не е се толку црно, и како што многу пати сум кажала, да, нека обстојат тие што ќе нудат квалитет во образованието, државата ако може ќе ги поддржи, бидејќи тоа приватен капитал, но секако ќе им излезе во пресвет. а оние другите нема да можат да работат и имаме време, нели? Барем еден мандат имаме и тоа ќе го досредиме. Она што е важно, правиме нов закон за високо образование, нов закон за наука, правиме нов закон за иновацијска дејност, правиме нов закон за квалитет во високото образование, бидејќи, како што реков, тие закони треба да се усогласат, да се доведат во корелација едни со други и сите заеднички, нели, да придонесеме до зголемување на квалитетот на образованието високото во Македонија.
Благодарам и на комплиментот и на искрените одговори. Can we put up the Slido question, please, just to see the voting from the audience? The question is, what's the most important reform in the educational system in our country? Okay, we have curriculum modernization, integration of technology, investing in teachers. Really, guys? Investing in teachers? Third place? Remove all unaccredited schools and improve regulations. Safety and reducing inequality. I wish we had a bit of more time to discuss inequality, but I hope we're going to have the opportunity to discuss such an important topic in the future. Министарка, во однос на прашањето, curriculum modernization, веќе одговоривте?
Веќе одговоривме, продолжуваме неинтензивно, продолжуваме и технологија внесуваме, свесни сме за сите промени кои треба да ги направиме, но навистина сака време. Битно е да сме на правиот пат и продолжуваме. Курикулумите секако се менуваат, нема дилема.
Mr. Yusufi, what's your opinion?
I mean, as I said, it's a tough job. I don't want to. I don't want to be in Madam Minister's role, to do all of these reforms. Curriculum modernization is very difficult. So my approach would be more to open up again to other partners that will bring new curriculum. So because we already have a lot of players in Macedonia and in the region that can help with that. The Ministry of Education doesn't have that much capabilities at the moment, so partnering up with additional players from the private sector, I think, would be the best approach. And perhaps just another note on what originally we mentioned, that we see that the student numbers in universities are shrinking, and that's going to continue to happen. So we have to open up that to international students, to make it easier for international students to come to the country, all the credit transfer systems and all of that, because as a corporate, for us, that's a great benefit. If they come early, they graduate from Macedonian universities, it's easier for us also to hire them in the future.
Thank you. Мистер Јаневска, ви благодарам многу за времето. Ви посакувам среќа, успех и дај Боже да имплементираме све што кажавте. Ви благодарам многу. Thank you very much, Clarice. Thank you, Mr. Yusufi. Thank you, board members. Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Well, if you enjoyed that, the next two sessions are actually going to be on AI, which is a topic they talked a lot about. So excited for that. We've got a coffee break sponsored by Frank. Please be back here at 11:30. And again, if you have meetings for B2B, room C on the first floor. See you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. Hope the coffee break was good. We've got 2 amazing sessions coming up. But before we get to that, I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to Connect to MK online platform. Connect to MK is designed to connect Macedonian businesses with diaspora experts from around the world, creating valuable opportunities for collaboration, mentorship, and knowledge sharing. Whether you're a business leader looking for expertise or a diaspora professional ready to give back, this platform is for you. We encourage you all to sign up and explore the possibilities. If you have any questions, please feel free to find any of the Macedonia 2025 staff around the room to answer some of those. And again, we want to make sure everybody here has a chance to connect with people back in the States or elsewhere in that. Given this morning a lot of talk about AI, I'm happy to tell you the next 2 sessions are on that. And we've got a power talk with a remarkable story of resilience, leadership, and technological innovation. So please join me in warmly welcoming Dow Jensen, president of Compass UOL, to share her journey and her outlook on the future of AI and grit-driven success. Moderating this session is Kati Isef, board member of Macedonia 2025 and director of engineering at Microsoft. Ladies, the stage is yours.
Dobar den, good morning, and thank you for joining us today. We're incredibly fortunate today to have Dow Jensen here with us. So Dow founded Oak Rocket, and that was the first United States West Coast female-owned, minority-owned, born in the cloud company. And with that company, she's been helping customers go through their cloud transformation. For her leadership, she's received multiple awards. I have to get this right. It's a lot of it, but including, she's been recognized by Chase Bank 5 years in a row as one of the fastest female-created companies. So her journey spans from leading enterprise sales at Oracle, Sun Microsystems, and Symantec, building a thriving business from the ground up, then selling it in a strategic merger in Brazil, and that just happened in 2024, and this last year, and advocating for digital equity as well. And she did all of that while raising 4 children and being really deeply involved in all the communities she's part of. Welcome, Dow.
Thank you for having me.
So both Dow and I have built our careers in tech. So Dow has been helping customers use cutting-edge solutions and products. I've been on the side of building such solutions at Microsoft for the past 2 decades. However, now, as AI is truly being democratized, we are witnessing a true transformation, not just in how businesses operate, but also in leadership as well. So today, we want to talk to you about that transformation and how we move forward as we go through that transformation. So we'll not only talk about that, but we also want to explore and hear from Dow's own story on leadership, on resilience, and how she really took the unconventional path to success. So Dow, we've been hearing about AI for a very long time. I think I was a couple of years ago here, and one of the things we talked about is how AI is coming, everybody's going to use AI. But that still felt a little bit in the future. We were still kind of like talking about it. And now we have all these tools available, like ChatGPT. I'm sure everybody, most people in this room are using ChatGPT in their daily lives. We have Copilot. We have other AI models available everywhere. So I think that the change is actually happening now. So I wanna ask you, how do you see that changing the way the businesses operate? And even like with software development, I think it's changing that as well.
Correct, it is. You know, there's faster decision making that needs to be done and a lot of automation that can be done with AI. It's not a new thing, it just happens to be something that is now more affordable and more readily available to every individual, so then the viralness of it comes out, right? And it needs to have something that you can use as a productivity tool to be able to do more collaboration among your different departments and business units and among your partners and vendors. So we really believe that it's not about the technology, but it's about taking the tool and bringing it into the core of your business, right? We have 2,000 engineers that are certified in AI and 6,000 engineers completely in Brazil focused on cloud migrations. And your decisions are not now based on quarters, but they're based on weeks. How fast can you move within each week, as we call it a sprint in IT technology, right? And you can't wait a whole quarter anymore to make some of these changes and decisions, especially as your competitors aren't doing so with AI. And being in the intersection of AI and technology for the past 2 decades, you know, what I'm seeing is the need for us to not see it as a tool, but how we use it to help our business transform how we interact with our clients, our vendors. How is it a tool, not the way we do things, but we don't start from just building something for AI's sake. We have to build it because our customer needs it, and then use our AI to make it easier, quicker, faster, and smarter.
Thank you for that. And can you, so that's a really good introduction to this, but what exactly, what kind of changes do you see the companies make with AI?
You know, I think it comes all the way down to even just company culture, right? If you don't have the mindset to be able to be innovative and open the doors for all the changes, companies are not just being able to be an AI company because, oh, I built a ChatGPT for my customer. But it's really, how do you take it in your entire process of your business, from recruiting to training to offboarding, right? How much of that, I sold my company last year 100% in cash, but I took that and put it into a CPG Vietnamese food business for sauce. And we hired our president using AI recruitment tools with a company that didn't even do any recruiting for food. They did recruiting for technology. And my boyfriend said, there's no way they're gonna be able to find us someone, you know, in the food business. They're just a tech AI company. I said, AI is AI. We just have to tell it the profile we're looking for. And it ended up hiring not only our president, but our vice president of sales. So in our food company, even though it'll be tech to sauce that we're going into now, right? Everything in the business, from building an application where we're gonna help you not only be the blue apron, you know, build a food at your house, but use AI, look at your refrigerator, take a picture, and we'll give you the 20 different options of ingredients and dishes you can make with that app and our sauces.
So that's very interesting, but you've been in this industry for a long time, and people hearing this might think, well, you were in the tech, you know the tools, and now you're talking about a food business, and you were able to apply it to the food business. And some people might be thinking, well, that's great, but I have this traditional, older business, and taking that and actually modernizing, it's harder. I'm sure a lot of people here have legacy tools, they have legacy systems. So what I want to ask you is, why is now the right time to modernize, and what happens? Should these businesses think to modernize, and if they don't, what's going to happen? What is the impact?
This is the time to modernize your legacy applications and your legacy businesses. That's what's going to make you different than your other competitors if you don't adopt it early. Right now, we at Compass help people shorten the cycle of their legacy systems by 50%. So you can use AI to take an old legacy COBOL system or .NET, read it, even if your developers are gone and the architects of your solution, and be able to tell you what and how that app is built do 50% of the work, and then our engineers come in and do the other 50%. So even though you might not be in technology, and most of you don't know, I didn't have a technology background. My background is finance. I happened to get into technology because some company hired me out of college to be a finance intern. And I said, what the heck is Java? Who is Sun Microsystems? Why do I give a head count for every E10,000 thing that we sell? What is an E10K? And I think that actually makes you more valuable. People who are not in technology are the ones who are going to use this technology more uniquely if you take the time to think about it. And think about, if I need something, can I find a partner like Compass who can just tell me, if I could do this in my wish list, in the construction business, those are the areas that are going to be the most interesting. Whoever thought that we would be ride sharing and going in with a stranger in a car, right, 10 years ago? But it's that type of vision, leadership, that type of young, innovative thought process that will change each one of your industries. And I really compel you to just take that time and talk and partner with others who could take your industry to the next level, where you then not become a me too, but you become a leader in this area.
Thank you. So I think you've convinced us that, AI is here, right? Like, we have the right tools available, and they can be applied to businesses. Then they can be applied to different businesses, as you mentioned, like from technology to food industries and other industries, and also that they can be, that it's the right time to like modernize these things, and that there are ways to do that. So I think that all sounds very, like, it really sounds great. However, I myself have been working with data. I have been working with data, building data products for over 2 decades, with different tools and levels. And one thing that I've become aware over all this time working with data is that data quality is really difficult. So what do we mean by that, right? Like, we're taking data from different places, and sometimes the data from certain maybe sensors, even like parts, doesn't come in, or maybe it's not clean, so that the system is really not processing that data. So other things with the data can come in. So what does that mean? Like, there are the signals, there is the data, but when it's gathered in these systems, it might not be clean and complete. So that's been always a problem, but today that data is taken, and that's what actually feeds the AI models. So AI, the decision it makes, at the end of the day, is based on the data on which it's trained. So you can imagine that if the data is not good, what AI is suggesting is not going to be good as well. So there is a saying, especially now you might hear it more, garbage in, garbage out. So what I'm curious is now, as you see your clients go through the transformation, and as you see them adopt AI, is this a problem that they're seeing? And if it is, like, what do they need to do? Like, what are you advising them to do? How do they make sure that when they have AI, actually they're getting out the right insights?
Yeah, so it's a well-known fact that most people only do pilots of AI, right? We're testing it, but we can never go into production. And a lot of companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, their salespeople are not seeing the money that's supposedly in AI, right? In terms of, if you only do pilots, nothing goes full-blown in terms of spend for cloud or spend for data centers. But the reason that is because, as you said, the data's bad. And if you do a pilot and the data's bad, you're never going to go into production, because your test product, your minimum viable solution, isn't going to be good enough for the executives to take a look at, or your board. So at Compass, we're proud to say 100% of our clients have gone into production with any of their AI projects, right? And Amazon has helped us give our clients the money to do that, so that they don't have to put in their own skin in the game from the very beginning. So data garbage in, garbage out. ask a bad question, you're going to get a bad answer, right? You might want that answer, but you're not really asking it. It's like asking, will AI replace salespeople? I'm more of a salesperson at heart. Well, that's the wrong question. It's not going to replace salespeople. The question should be about, will AI help salespeople build relationships faster? Do we need less salespeople, right? So we at Compass help assess your data, the quality of it. We help you clean it. We help you streamline that data and automate it to continue to be clean, and then put you into production. It's not fancy, it's not sexy as the AI part of the house, but is integral to be able to use it for the right products. And, but it is actually probably where these companies are seeing the money, is the data cleansing, data migration, and we are still missing good tools for automation of data because they're all over the place, right? They're in spreadsheets, they're in people's hard drives, they're everywhere. And you've got to find a way to be able to get that and then continue to keep cleaning that and continue to keep ensuring the data is clean.
So if I generalize that, I think what you're saying is AI is the shiny thing, and then on the other end, we have the data that feeds AI, and we think of that like this is not something new and innovative, but this is where it feels like companies really have to spend a lot of time, and it's not just companies. I think it's like it's governmental institutions, and whoever really thinks of using AI, they should be really, really paying attention that the data is clean and maybe put some quality controls early on to really ensure that the data goes in a way that it can be.
Well, and even afterwards, AI, ChatGPT is not the Bible, right? Or it's not the Bible of data. People think that answers they get out of ChatGPT is the answer, and half the people aren't verifying it, especially our kids in college. And then they're sending and submitting these answers in, right? And the data is only as good as it sees. As someone said earlier yesterday, right? Only 10% of the data is, sorry, I was in a symposium last week in New York. Only 10% of the world's information is on the web. That's where ChatGPT is getting the data, right?
Yeah.
And so we need to be sure that we're validating and verifying and having governance after the fact as well, and making sure that the answers we're getting are correct.
Yeah, I think that's very insightful. I think this really makes me think about AI, that maybe we should all think of AI as another tool, and maybe when we think about organizations, we almost think as another team member, right? Because every team member has their skills, but none of them is perfect, right? And we all work together to make solutions happen. So even though very, very often we're very impressed with the results we can get, we also have to be aware that there could be bias, that there could be mistakes, and we have to take it with that same approach that we are taking everybody else, right? And then give it grace and not say just because it got something wrong one time, right? We improve it and we move on.
Well, I think people take AI as a tool, and we need to consider and start thinking about AI as being your business partner. The problem we're doing is we're going to AI and saying, do this for me, do that for me, answer this thing, do this assignment for me. But what we're not doing is taking it to a better level, a second level, which is saying, AI, if I give you all the data about my board member and the profiles of everyone in my company, look at my PowerPoint slide and tell me what questions they would ask me so that I can prepare for those questions later. And what did I not present that I should be presenting? So try to treat it as more your business partner and not a tool, and you will take yourself 80% farther than most everyone else is doing with AI.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, thank you. So as AI opens new capabilities, what kinds of new businesses do you think will start emerging? And really, like if somebody thinks of innovating, right? Like with AI being here, can you offer some areas that you think might be interesting to innovate in?
Yeah, I'm really excited about AI in healthcare. Compass has partnered with a company called Everything ALS, which is a nonprofit looking to help solve neurodegenerative diseases. and track how quickly a person is moving along in dementia, Alzheimer's, ALS. Some of these people don't even get diagnosed of ALS for 2+ years. So the founder is a good friend, and her husband was the guy who wrote the S3 paper for AWS with 30 patents. It took them over 2 years to figure out he had ALS, and by that time, he died within 18 months. And he was 52 years old, and I told her the only reason he passed away was for you to solve ALS. And she's been spending the last 4 to 5 years gathering data from patients, from pharmaceuticals, from the healthcare industry, the hospitals, where data is really hard to share. But she's created it so it's an opt-in model and a data lake that then can take that and take face recognition, take people walking and how they stride and how the muscles is deteriorating in a walk, and be able to help the industry because they're willing to voluntarily share it. So we have given them scholarships to also ensure that people in healthcare are more familiar with AI so they can solve problems their patients are having. And so this is just an example of an area, I believe, that diseases, as she says, will not be cured in the labs and the medical labs. It will be cured in the data centers and the cloud.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I also feel that that's an area where we can really see innovation and we can see much more progress. And I think it's exciting because that impacts people's health, right? Not just business itself.
And in the traditional areas we've talked about, right?
Yeah,
logistics, construction, legal, where data is hard to be shared, data is supposedly not that important, right? It could be just on your mobile phone now, and the people who are working in your construction sites can enter data in and then get feedback back from everyone else's inputs on what they should be looking out for as concerns. So to me, if you've ever followed like Danaher or IAC, they take traditional businesses like newspapers and they turn them into technology-focused industries and then multiply the value of that business by 5x. We all should be doing that with our businesses, right? In order to have a higher multiplier if our goal is to increase higher revenues or to sell the company.
Yeah, that's very inspiring. That's truly inspiring. And I think that this change is inspiring. But I also want to acknowledge for a lot of people, be it modernize the business or create this new business using AI, might also feel more overwhelming, right? We have new tools, new technology coming, and doing that at scale, like it really can sound hard. So I think this is where leadership comes in. So Dao, you've not only like created businesses, sold businesses, led businesses.
One.
Well,
So
you've led one business.
Sold
yes,
one.
But
yes.
you've worked at multiple ones.
Yes, of course.
But you've done it also like through really big challenges, both business and personal. And you've also done that in a very unconventional way. So I want to switch the discussion a little bit from just talking about AI, but really about talking about that side of the story.
Sure.
So first, like you sold your company without a banker. That's not a typical way how one sells a company. And you've generally like built your path to success in a very unconventional way. So a lot of people like, will like have mentors, talk to different people, read books, and try to find that path to success. How do you succeed? These are the right steps to take. I don't think that's what you did. Like reading everything, knowing through what you went, like talking to you, it was a very different path. So I really want to hear about that part. Like first, what drove you to do it that way? And second, why do you think it worked for you?
Well, I didn't have a choice. As an immigrant at 4 years old from Vietnam after the war, I was born the summer of the war of Vietnam, and my family were boat people. We came to a land in Minnesota being basically outsiders, knowing no one, having no resources. And my parents eventually had to learn how to run a restaurant without ever having run one before. So my background is I'm a single mother of 4, never expected to be a teenage pregnant mother. I had a full scholarship. I was the youth governor of my state of Minnesota, wanting to be the first Asian US president when I was 15. Maybe still there's a chance. But at 19, going to college so early, I met my husband and became pregnant at 19 years old and quit college against my mother's wishes. And, you know, one of 7 kids, I was probably her most likely to become US president. And I chose and followed my heart and decided I'm gonna be a mother instead. I'm gonna quit school. And all my aspirations needed to be relooked at. And had 3 more kids with him. And, you know, worked and got into tech because it made money instead of politics at the time. And then, you know, nothing ever happens the way you want it to in climbing your life. It's never just a ladders corporate. It's like, to me, it's been chutes and ladders, if you know that game, right? You go up and then you go back down for some reason. And I talk a lot about that. And so, you know, the marriage didn't end up working. He didn't believe in me after 15 years that I could become CEO of my own company. And so I had to get divorced in order to break away and live how I wanted to live. And at that time, I was working for Symantec. John W. Thompson was going to become the chairman of the board of Microsoft. And at 30, I was impatient for my corporate ladder moves. Eventually, I went to smaller companies trying to prove myself, thinking I'll be a bigger fish in a smaller sea. Did well, always did well in sales to afford San Francisco living, but I got fired. I, you know, was against everyone who told me what to do, and I didn't believe in half the things that they wanted me to do. And that forced me to start my own business. Luckily, I had a manager who saw my capabilities and skill sets, because I never expected to be a business owner, and said, Dow, maybe you are going to have a problem with your diplomacy in a big corporation. And you break the mold and you break the glass, so maybe you should just become a business owner. So with $40,000, I decided and asked my customers, what should I focus on? Well, if you look at Harvard Business School, they'll tell you macro versus micro. Look at where the economy is going and focus on that if you can future look. And so AWS had not broken out their revenues from Amazon.com at the time, but people knew in the tech world that it was moving. So, okay, I'll build a business for $40,000 on AWS, knowing nothing except some word called EC2. Didn't know what S3 was, didn't know anything. And I just used my sales skills to go talk to my customers and say, what do you need? What are you seeing? And figured out where that niche was, focusing on that strength. And everyone was migrating, but they were not helping people save money on their Amazon cloud bill. All the big Fortune companies. So with my finance background, I decided, great, I'm gonna focus on helping people save money on cloud bills. And that's how we become one of the fastest 50 women-owned companies in the United States, because the bills came to us and they would go from $4 million, and 18 months later went to 30 million with my client, right? Wow. Because they were tech startups, and we'll talk about that, the difference from selling to tech startups and to large Fortune 500s and why you need both. But I didn't have a choice. And the definition of entrepreneurship is being able to do something without the resources, right? Making things happen without the resources there. I mean, I've been in Macedonia only for 2 days, my first trip, so thank you for inviting me. And it seems like all the stars might not be aligned for you, right? Not everything that you want to be one of the power countries here in Europe. But do you wait for that? Or do you just get started and hope that you can pivot and power align over time? And that's what I did. I decided figure out what I'm doing, and then started pivoting over time. as I needed to, losing various potential business partners, various potential customers, being sued, being able to get a scholarship to Harvard because I needed that business training, because I couldn't afford it with 4 kids at an $8 million business at that time, to go to Harvard for $50,000 for 3 weeks. But you figure out who your resources are, who are the people that believe in you, the clients who follow you, the mom and dad who cook for your customers instead of going out and taking them to fancy restaurants, and you make it work.
Yeah, I really like that, and I really hope that a lot of people here relate to that, as you mentioned. Sometimes we feel that we don't have always the perfect circumstances here, and I think this what you described, it sounds like you had far from the perfect circumstances to get where you are.
Yeah, I mean, Mike said, right? Think big, move fast, and take small steps. And Harvard will tell you, think big, do it right, and do it with style. Fred Astaire.
I like that. So it's not just what the circumstances are when you start and when you think about starting something. There are a lot of challenges, as we all know, across the way, right? And Dow had a lot of challenges coming her way as she was going through her journey. And for that, she's really known as a really resilient leader. So I wanna talk about that side of the story as well. So I want us to really share, like, what was that defining moment where resilience really made a difference in both your life and career?
Thank you. You know, what else could be better than COVID for most people when your cloud company is doubling year over year? But in the first 12 months of COVID, I lost 3 people in my family, and I'd never lost anyone in my life. So I lost my mother, my brother-in-law, and a soulmate. Within months, my father moved in with me. I was his favorite of 7 children, and he was diagnosed with stage 4 liver cancer. And he didn't want to be a burden, and within a few more months, he killed himself in my house, with my children in the house. And I said, what else could I handle? And I was in the middle of selling the business. And I continued that. But 6 months later, my daughter, my youngest 16-year-old daughter, died accidentally. And it was months from my closing of my company. And you know, you decide, those are the defining moments of what am I going to do? What's important in my life? How many more aspirations have to be let down before I can figure out what really matters and what am I doing all this for, right? I would have given up selling my business and all that money to have my daughter back. But I still had 3 older children. And I've seen other people in my class in school lose children during COVID. And at that point you go, I'm the person I want to be that be underneath me, that my daughter is proud of, even though she passed away. And so within 7 weeks, I went to India and did my first talk about her in front of 350 people at Ink Talk. And I think it's the things like these that we don't share with people that help them understand that nothing can be that bad. You know, people will say to me, that's got to be the biggest grief a parent can go through. And I say to people, look, there are people like my family that went through war, people who have had long diseases and struggled through it, and you have a choice on what you do afterwards. That's what defines you as a leader. And for me, being that mom who could continue to keep going and spend more time with my children, I made the decision, even though my youngest loved my business and wanted to be CEO and kill her brothers for it, to be president, that it was best for my kids to sell the business and continue to be and stay on as president for a few more years, and become a speaker talking about my life experiences around the world. This is my 10th country I've spoken about this to. And being able to tell people that, you know, when your aspiration shatters in life, you just need to find a new purpose that matters. And for me, that's helping women and immigrants and people who don't think they have the resources that it takes to be successful, that it's possible. And anything is possible if you can just put your mind to find a bigger purpose than just money or yourself.
Yeah, thank you now. Thank you, and I'm sure I speak for the audience here when I thank you for sharing that deeply personal, but also very, very powerful story. Thank you. And I think a big takeaway for all of us is how resilience is important in those moments. But I want to ask you, a lot of things are changing, like it's very fast, like everything is much faster moving now than it was. And at these times, when we think about leadership, like resilience is one, but are there any other aspects of mindset that leaders should have as they go through these dynamic changing times?
Yeah, I think growth mindset and being humble are the two biggest characteristics I think is important for leaders to continue. And I could have sold and not stayed on as a CEO. And I didn't want to stay on, honestly, because the big corporation that bought me is too bureaucratic sometimes out of Brazil, right? And as Kadi said, I didn't even use a banker. I wasn't looking to sell my business. I think these things happen out of karma because you're doing the hard work, right? And because you're learning. So I happened to be at Harvard studying, and in my third class, my buyer met me and said, "We just signed $1 billion contract with Amazon to expand in the United States, and we think you're our last acquisition we could use before we IPO." I said, "I'm not looking to sell." But if you have a growth mindset, you say, "Let me hear more. Let me think about it. How could this work?" And as Katie said, I didn't have a banker. My business was only 25 people and $68 million in revenue at the time we sold. I hadn't done the paperwork to get the financials ready, a data room. I actually fired their banker in my first few months of working with them because, he thought he could buy my company for cheaper if I went on a date with him. And I let the buyer know that, right? You have to just be willing to learn. And I learned along the way what it would take to sell a company, but never had thought about doing it. But because I was willing to keep educating myself and going to these events, activities, talking to VCs and PEs, I knew the difference. I knew if I sold to a strategic instead of a PE firm, I was going to get more money for my dollar, right? I went and asked my competitors, well, I haven't been researching the market. I haven't put my company for sale. Am I stupid to sell this now because of the first buyer that came to me, right? And being just to go ask as if you didn't know anything is what helped me create my company at with AWS, is like what's not out there. And being willing to just say, I don't know, why do I care that a file system at Veritas moves fast? It's trying to figure out how it speaks to the customer, to the layman's term of why does it matter? Not technology for technology's sake, but why does it matter? So growth is always going to be important because there's going to be a next thing that comes out like AI, and we have to be open to it, right? Virtualization was just a tool, but it wasn't as pervasive as AI because everyone touches it and sees it. So growth mindset is important because we're all going to continue to evolve. Fortune 500 companies die because they don't stay growing and they become complacent. And that's when the startups take over and become the next Facebook or an Uber.
Thank you. So I think we should all be curious, and even if we've been leaders for a long time, right, we should still have a growth mindset. And
And
be willing
humbleness.
to, humbleness,
Yeah.
and we'll be willing to listen and learn. If we shift from people that have led for a long time to people that are just stepping into leadership role or just starting, like, what advice do you have to them, especially now that some of the older rules don't apply because we feel the times have changed with AI?
Yeah, I get that asked a lot by a lot of young individuals I talk to at universities, and I tell people, and women, especially at organizations, who want to move up into the C-suite. Don't act your title. Be who you want to be. Act who you want to be seen as. Go beyond your boundaries and do it right away. Don't wait for the title to act like a CEO. Don't wait for the title or for all the answers to be done to analyze before you start. I got started with $40,000 and didn't know much about Amazon, but I just started going around and calling myself CEO of one. Not most people get past CEO of one, but it's okay to fail. It's okay to then go and they don't remember the number of times you failed before you succeed. I mean, Kentucky Fried Chicken and Walmart didn't get started until they were 50 years old. And so, you know, I say, when you see someone successful, what you haven't seen is the 10 other times they failed. And if you haven't failed enough, you're not playing to your potential. I failed plenty of times on many things, and I can, you know, say I was fired, I can say many other things, but what I can't say is I didn't try.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was really, really powerful. Before we wrap, I know that I'm looking at the signals. Are they going to give us a few more minutes? I think we have one question for the audience. So I have some questions more too, but I think we should switch to this. So the question is, how challenging is the change management regarding sales using AI?
Wow, from sales perspective, I think the hardest people to ever train and get them to follow your rules are salespeople. They don't want to enter data into a CRM system. I never did, and I still don't. I don't think I've even opened up my CRM system. Don't tell my team. And I think what needs to happen is automation and capturing, right? AI isn't just about text. It's about video. It's about speech. So how many people know will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas? I happened to meet him and eventually sent him to the Harvard program. I met him at a party. And he, for people who don't know, he has a tech startup that Salesforce Ventures put $95 million into. And he basically created what you call Slack meets Zoom meets Google, all of this for creatives. This is a little longer answer, but stick with me to it. And I said, I was shocked that he knew this much about technology. I said, do you need money for investments? I might have some friends. And he said, no, Benioff, Salesforce Ventures got money into my company. I don't need it. I said, well, if you are using WhatsApp meets email meets Google, why aren't you syncing your tool to Salesforce's CRM, because no one else syncs WhatsApp, text. I want to know about the 4 F's about my company, my customers, and my prospects. So if my team is texting people, I don't negotiate on email anymore. We negotiate on text. We learn about people's kids on text. We should be syncing text and WhatsApp messages to our CRM, right? Videos, etc. I said, if you did that, Benioff's solution would be so much more powerful than just syncing stupid email, where no one does anything anymore because it's too legal. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. Rihanna would never want her Sephora solution told by others ahead of time. I said, well, there's something called security. Symantec can sell it to you, right? And he said, can I give you my number? Why? He said, because your brain thinks weird. This is why I talk about partnerships, and if you're not technology, put someone who's non-technology with you to come up with the right solutions. So I said, forget my number, let me show up to your office tomorrow before my coffee meeting at 9. And that's how we became friends and talked about his solution. So you can automate and get a lot of things with AI and data for sales reps without making them enter it and without making them adapt it. But if they see the value in it and how it helps them sell faster, higher, and bigger, you will get people to move and change their culture in any department.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Dao, for sharing not just your expertise, but also your journey and your personal learnings. So, and really thank you for coming here and being with us today. Thank you.
And I brought hearts for anyone who wants heart pins. These are my daughter's initials, AK. And they're really meant for you to remember to live by your true heart and follow your true passions and not let an aspiration that shatters keep you from finding a purpose that matters and living by it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dao and Kati. Before we move on, I would like to once again express our sincere gratitude for our premium sponsors. Without them, this summit would not have been possible. So Imperial Tobacco, Rumble Cloud, Source6, Leron Institute, and Triglav, thank you so much. And our premium digital sponsors, Intertech, Nextsense, and Go Digital. Now we move on to the AI revolution. So this session dives deep into the world of artificial intelligence and its transformative impact across industries. Moderating this panel is Mitko Antonov, member of our Ambassadors Club. Mitko, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Before we dive deeper into our next discussion, I would like to take a moment of your time, if you can share your vote and see where are we at this AI journey. If you can open your Slido, and then I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but yeah, we'll need to. And also, during the session, feel free to send us some more questions. We'd be happy to answer. Right. Exactly. AI is here to stay. It's not some futuristic idea that will come. It's here daily, and it's helping our lives, and it's here to stay. So we need to get on this journey as soon as we can and try to leapfrog and catch up with the rest of the world. This is our opportunity as Macedonia, as nation, and the region also. Today we'll discuss about the AI and the industry. And my name is Mitko Andonov, and with my background in as an expert in digital transformation. I'm helping businesses get digitalized. I'm excited about finding out opportunities, how we can figure out and have technology and AI help us grow more and achieve more and get better. But today is not going to be about me, but we have our distinguished guests here. So without further ado, let me introduce our guests. Dr. Miriam Stankovic. Dr. Miriam is an AI governance expert at the International Telecommunication Union, a specialized agency at the United Nations. She works with government and international stakeholders, such as the Asian Development Bank, the European Commission, to develop responsible, inclusive, and forward-looking frameworks for AI policy and regulation. Mr. Dalibor Bobic. Mr. Bobic is a graduate engineer in electrical engineering and computer science. As CEO of ExorEti, he delivers extensive and cutting-edge software and hardware solutions that empower industrial automation across various industries. And Mr. Miloszewski, he's an entrepreneur who is focused on transforming traditional businesses through technology. He's the founder and CEO of Luxcraft Cabinets in New Jersey, USA, since 2010, and associated with ventures like Cabinet Deals and KBB Suite, which aim to revolutionize the kitchen and bath industry. So, as I introduced, AI is this new grand field that is going to be, it is probably major than the Industrial Revolution, going from 4.0 to 5.0, where people, us humans, will have to work alongside machines, smart machines, intelligent machines that will help us. I would like to hear, how is AI helping your industry, or how is it involved? What changes do you see in what you do in your business, let's say, or in your software that you do? How is it changing? What are the needs to shift in order to get to better success? Mr. Miloszewski.
Okay, so I'll start with that. So thank you, Macedonia2025, for having us here. Thank you for the invitation. So interestingly, I work in the kitchen and bath industry in the United States, which is as traditional as a traditional business gets. It's a very large industry, but I'm involved in 3 businesses that are related to the industry, but they're 3 completely different businesses. One of them is a brick and mortar retail with a physical showroom. The other one is an e-commerce platform, and the third one is a SaaS solution that helps kitchen and bath businesses manage their sort of like a CRM, ERP software. So the challenge with kitchen and bath industry is that it's very traditional, but it also is very chaotic, very complex, and it has a hard time digitizing. So that's why, the initial involvement when we started the business in 2010, we set on to create the SaaS platform, which was initially a solution for us. And then we went on to create the e-commerce platform after COVID, because we saw a shifting interest in customers' shopping habits and willing to shop online. So AI adoption, when it comes to small businesses and traditional businesses, is very slow. But like Mitko said, that AI is already here, is already upon us. And from my perspective, how we use it in our businesses, so for example, for our traditional brick and mortar business, we help it enhance our marketing. So we use it for SEO, SEM optimization, data analysis, reach out, and it's more personalized reach out where, so one of our direct channels, for example, is contractors, because contractors are heavily involved in remodeling a kitchen or installing a new kitchen. So, attracting these leads and having these leads come through our business you know, there's a ton of small kitchen and bath retailers, but to get them to come to your business, it has to be more personalized. You have to show them the benefit. So we use tools to be more specific, workflow automation tools like N8N, to do scraping, to do API data research, and then to also do personalized reach outs to contractors and eventually customers. And you know, I can go deep into the specifics of how we do that integration. On the e-commerce and the SaaS side, we have a team of developers actually in Macedonia here. And one of the challenges in developing the two pieces of software, so e-commerce is traditional e-commerce is a little bit simpler than kitchen and bath e-commerce, so we decided to create our own solution. And one of the challenges as developers, or hiring the right developers, was to help them first understand the complexities of the business, and then have them understand what they're building and then actually build it. But what's interesting now with AI is that development time of the actual coding is cut almost astronomically. So you can have a developer with the use of AI develop something in 5 minutes that would have taken them, you know, 1 or 2 days to develop that. So for us personally, we use it in our marketing campaigns, or SEO and SEM, and as well as our development. But there's also a huge potential to involve AI in the design aspect of kitchen and cabinets, and which is something that we're exploring and exploring a future venture where we actually have an AI designer that will actually design and help kitchens. So I felt deeper into this as we go into the discussion. So,
Dalibor, what about your experience?
Yeah, first of all, thank you also for inviting me here and to share my story. This is actually my job for a long time now, bringing new technologies to the market. So I'm locally present for a long time, and one of the most important things that we bring to our market are software solutions from world-leading tech companies, providing the end customer with the high-tech automation in the production, or high-tech engineering in electrical design. What I can say regarding the AI, it's a natural continuation of the development of those solutions that we bring to our market. So with my experience, we are still in a phase of getting to Industry 4.0. So we are actually preparing for implementation of AI. What we need is data. Data is pretty hard to collect sometimes, but with right tools, it can be collected and analyzed in the right way. What I can bring as an example from last just a few months, 2 of the companies that we represent in our markets implemented AI solutions. One of those is Austrian solution from company Copedata. It's a Xenon software platform for industrial automation. We are covering all industry sectors, infrastructure, and everything in between. Energy also with renewables. What they were thinking is how to implement AI in the easiest possible way. Where we have data from the software perspective, we have a huge help database, and we have a huge community commenting, posting questions and answers in a blog, in a section in the website. So they used that database to implement AI for making engineers' life easier. So when they making a project for the end customer, they can ask AI in any language, with any structure of the question, what they need to do, what they are not sure about, how some technical procedures should be done, and the AI is analyzing all data available in that existing database and providing the answer. The second solution that I wanted to mention is the first electrical CAD software in the world powered by AI. It's a German company, WS-CAD, with the same software name. They implemented Copilot inside the software, making it more easier, first of all, to check when engineer draw a scheme or electrical cabinet, check errors, as simple as that. And the AI analyzes everything in behind of that project with existing data that was already built in, and provides the engineer with a solution, with notifications, let's say, with a list of what is wrong in the project and how to correct that point. So from the other side, this is just the beginning and the simple implementation. What I expect further is going deeper, but we will discuss that later on.
Just ask you about that, but let's get to Mimi. As industries increasingly adopt AI, what are the most pressing policy or regulatory discussions happening right now at regional, at European level, maybe, that companies should be aware of?
Thanks, Mitko. So I want to take a step back first and just clarify certain things. I want to start off the conversation with saying that not all AI systems are created equal. So there are differences between AI systems. We have generative AI, we have agentic AI, we have AI with, based on self-learning algorithms or supervised algorithms, and different types of AI come with different types of risks. And this is really important for AI governance. So I work with different governments across the globe. So I have worked with the governments of Ukraine, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, different governments in Africa, such as Tanzania, Seychelles, Kenya, Uganda. And I work specifically on AI governance and data governance issues. And I specialize in working with governments for delivery of public services using AI. So this goes for businesses as well. There are a lot of regulations and governance frameworks across the globe, the most prominent one being the EU AI Act. Macedonia is aspiring to become a member of the European Union. So small and medium-sized businesses and businesses in general should be aware of this regulation and what it means for them, especially if they place their services and products on the EU market. That's the EU AI Act, and it's a risk-based AI governance regulation in terms of there are certain types of AI systems that are considered high risk or are entirely prohibited. For example, social scoring in the European Union and in many other countries using AI is prohibited. Someone mentioned using AI in recruitment and HR. This is considered a high-risk AI application. That is heavily regulated in the European Union, but also in other countries such as the UK, Singapore, even in the United States. There is misconception saying that AI is deregulated in the United States. It's not. So there are federal agencies that regulate AI, and businesses should comply. For example, the Food and Drug Administration regulates the use of AI in provision of healthcare services and products. Then also the Federal Trade Commission regulates AI, and also we have the US NIST, that's National Institute of Standards and Technology, which has the US AI, the NIST AI Risk Management Framework. Having this in mind, these are the risk-based approaches to AI governance, and if you're a business that is involved in either developing or deploying AI solutions, especially on the EU market, you should do an inventory of your AI systems. For example, if you use generative AI, or if you use AI in recruitment, as mentioned before, you need to comply with strict regulations if you place your products or services on the EU market, or even if your products or services enter the value chain of products and services that are being placed on the EU market. And then we have the rights-based approach to AI governance or regulation that businesses need to be aware of, especially if you're in retail or social media and you use AI algorithms to do customer profiling. This goes back to what Dalibor mentioned, data. So you collect a lot of personal data, and that goes hand in hand with AI governance. So you need to have good data governance frameworks, good data governance practices. And so we have this, in technology governance, we have people, processes, and technology. So you use technology, you have the processes in place to comply for legal compliance, and then people, AI skills. That's really important. So I'm going to stop here.
So I see already questions popping up, and I'm happy about it. And it is aligned with what we're talking about. So I'll just read the question because it's similar to what we're discussing, and I'll jump in with something that I just saw yesterday. So it says, how can we streamline the hurry policy that needs to be in place in order to regulate AI better? And should we really heavily regulate it? But yesterday, a video popped up to me, obviously that I'm, interested in AI and searching for information more and more. The American Senate and Mr. Altman, the creator of ChatGPT, was there as a witness, and they asked him, and they say, the chairman said, if we go back to 1995, Europe and the United States were pretty equal on this field, and Europe decided to put regulations, and US went all in, and today we are 50% ahead. That's something that they said. I'm not sure if it's right or wrong, but it really made me think, is it right to go all in and just I know there's going to be a discussion about this a lot. We spoke with Spase about it, so maybe you can start on this, and then Spase will catch on the same topic.
Alrighty. So I agree to disagree. So basically, this is not an issue of dichotomy. So if you regulate an AI applications, certain types of AI applications, in certain sectors that are considered critical infrastructure, such as healthcare, employment, provision of public services, they need to be regulated. And they are regulated even in the United States. They are regulated with the EU AI Act, and they should be regulated because they infringe on human rights. Right. And they, for example, biometric ID, real-time facial recognition by law enforcement, that should be heavily regulated because it endangers our right to privacy. And also, AI systems, the challenges for policy and governance is that AI systems, they carry two types of challenges. So the first one was mentioned by the previous panel. So they were discussing data quality. I would say data bias also. Algorithmic bias, that means that the designers of the system might bring in their bias into the system. For example, a system developed in the Silicon Valley by white males should not be applied in Africa, for example. Right. If the data that goes into the system is based mostly on that type of demographics. So we need to be very careful about these nuances and differences. And then also we do have the black box of certain types of AI systems. So it means that certain types of AI come with, are considered black boxes. Even their designers cannot understand how the AI system produces its output, okay? And this becomes very problematic if that AI system is deployed in healthcare. We know that in healthcare, AI systems might discriminate against women or people of color. So definitely, I think certain types of AI should be regulated.
Right. Okay, Spase, what would you say on this topic?
So it's an interesting question because the question is, what do we regulate? So I'd like to step back a little bit and think about what AI really is. I mean, most people think that AI is ChatGPT, and it's something you talk to and gives you an answer back. But AI I can draw parallels to AI to the internet and the introduction of the internet. and what it enabled about 20, 30 years ago. I mean, I was a CEO of a print newspaper, and I was involved in the digital transformation of that back in the day. But I see AI just like the internet. I see it as an enabler. It actually enables the creation of tools that will positively impact businesses and positively impact human lives. But just like 30 years ago, we don't know what kind of tools and what kind of technology we're going to build on top of AI. So we have to talk. We have to be very careful when we talk about regulation, and we have to think about: are we also going to play in a level playing field? Is everybody going to play fair? Is China? Is the United States? Or are other countries going to play in this field? And we have to be careful about over-regulation. So we had this discussion, interestingly, before the panel, and I brought the concept of guardrails versus roadblocks. So I believe in guardrails and guiding companies and innovators and entrepreneurs to build safe, secure, and fair AI systems, but we also have to be careful about putting roadblocks that's going to stifle innovation. And I know with the United States, there's a little bit more flexibility and it has more of a lax regulation. But especially here in Macedonia, as we're talking about regulation, we have to be careful of how we regulate and what we regulate. So,
interesting. What I didn't mention about the video was they started it with China's goal is to be leader in AI by 2030. So I was amazed to see that, you know, the competitiveness of all the countries in this field. But going to the next question is, what do you identify as the most common pain points or biggest hurdles businesses face when integrating? Do you think it's maybe cost, talent, data, lack of understanding, maybe something else entirely? Dalibor?
Yeah, there are several things, but maybe most important from my perspective in industry is probably the knowledge, the education on the first side. So AI is not just ChatGPT, it's not just Copilot, it's much more, but what's behind that is a little bit more complicated, and it needs really education and paying attention on small details. And also, as I mentioned, data. Data we mentioned today so many times. Maybe exactly the same size of the obstacle for company to implement AI is what data should be used for that AI. In industry, it's not internet, it's not available online, it's not a global database, it's much more narrower. And the data should be first collected and then analyzed, and then with AI structured, and we then could let AI to make some decisions or proposals that then we can implement as a human being. So education and collection of data are the most important.
Spasa?
In on that, it's a very interesting question. So I'm a technologist. So I built my career very hands-on, programming, building software, architecture, you name it. So me as a technologist, I have a hard time keeping up with how fast AI is progressing. But what's also interesting is we have to be very careful about chasing shiny objects with AI. And we don't want to just implement AI for the sake of implementing AI. We have to be very careful. We have to understand our industries, but most of all, we have to understand our customer, because everything begins and ends with the customer. So what is the purpose of when we create the business is to deliver value to the customer. So when you're looking at AI and you're looking at all these tools and all these AI tools that are popping up, you have to think about how does this add value to how I deliver the final value to the customer, and is it worth for my company to implement that? But more importantly, you have to be aware of the AI tools that are out there. You have to educate yourself. And then you also have to think about, in your customer's eyes, is this going to really enhance the value that I bring to my customer? And the other thing, which it's an interesting point, is I'm following all the AI talk on YouTube and video platforms and online. I see a lot of young people that are very interested in AI. that are building very powerful tools as solopreneurs, if you want to call them. So it doesn't take a team of 50 developers to develop these tools. A lot of tools, a lot of these connected tools are now available where, where a single 20-something can build a very powerful tool. So as a company is think about your next hire. Who is that going to be? And think about how knowledgeable they are in AI. So bring those people on board, invest in the young people, and we had the education panel here before, and this is one of those things that you have to follow the trends, you have to follow what's important, and AI right now is really at the forefront of things. It's going to enable a lot of powerful things, so we have to think about that.
But if I would look at the SMEs, let's say here in Macedonia, how would you look at that? Like, what would you transfer from what you're doing with digitalization, with AI in your companies, and something we can share so they can prepare? How can they prepare? If you can share something specific that we can look at.
So I could share with our development team, for example. So we've had this deep discussion with our project manager and our engineers, and think about the skill set, and this is very relevant for Macedonia because we have for a small country, we have a fairly large IT talent, a fairly large IT sector that really works in this market. And one of the challenges, and from being in IT for close to 25 years now, one of the challenges for software development is finding good product managers and finding good project managers that really understand product, that really understand the project. And now, mixed into that pool is the understanding of AI, because if you're just a coder and you're following specific instructions to program something, you're going to become outdated very quickly because AI is catching up to that. And at this point, it can probably replace a junior, if not a mid-level developer. But if you're a senior level developer, or you're just becoming a developer and learning the technologies, learn how to use AI to build, but don't just use AI to build. There's the concept of vibe coding out there, meaning that with a prompt, you build the whole software, and then things that come out of it is, there are a lot of security vulnerabilities, and the code breaks, and people hack into these systems. So as a developer, if you're just coming into this field, learn AI, but more importantly, understand how to do research or how to question the projects that you're creating so that you understand the projects that you're creating, and then use AI as an enabler, as a technology to do that. And if you're a business, if you're a small business, again, think about who you're going to hire and think about your preparedness, because these tools are coming fast. I mean, the AI revolution is accelerating. I believe it's accelerating a lot faster than the internet was. And look at what the internet did. It disrupted giants in industries, and I feel like that AI is going to do that. And if you're an SME, and I see it in my kitchen and bath industry, and when we launched KBB Suite, which is the SaaS platform, my biggest competitor was pen and paper. So getting somebody to go from using pen and paper to track orders, to track quotes, to get them onto a full-blown system that fully automates maybe 90% of the tasks that we're doing. And it's kind of scary to think that a lot of, even in the United States, but probably all over the world, that a lot of these business owners, a lot of these people, managers working in small business, are so far behind, and they're going to have a hard time catching up, and they're going to be, become outdated fairly quickly.
Exactly. I was going to ask something similar. So here in Macedonia, working as an expert in digitalization, I meet people every day that many of them still think that this is some new trend that's coming, and Macedonia is really lacking. So we're always 20 years behind. So probably it will take another 10 years for us to jump in on the train. And what would you suggest to a leader in this country? Like, what do you see the cost of inaction? Are we on track? Do you think we can take certain actions and become, join the leaders in the AI, or should we just wait and until ChatGPT 10.0?
So there's an interesting dichotomy happening in this country. I have access to the young talent pool that are developers, and these developers actually seek to work for outside companies like myself, for the American market. The talent is here, the ambition is here, But if you're a business operating in Macedonia, look within and ask what these young people want and how you can bring them on board to work for your companies and not for outside companies, and how they can enhance your offering. And maybe even bring, if your product isn't, you know, in an external market, maybe even help bring that product to or service to an external market and become hyper competitive. Because I honestly really see the talent, I see the ambition in the young people. So we need to invest in them and we need to believe in them, but you know, at the same time is hire them and recruit them and see you know, what we can make of our businesses with this talent.
Yeah. Thank you. Mimi, again with the policy, I'm wondering how governments should act on this. I'm thinking always how our government is behaving on these topics, and how can they strike the balance between regulating or just letting go? Do you have, what is your opinion and view on this? Maybe prevent the misuse and then just...
That is a loaded question, but I think that we should just go beyond this dichotomy of regulation versus innovation. Now the accent is, while I'm working with different governments, the accent is on public-private partnerships in terms of creating regulatory sandboxes where a regulator in a country works with the private sector. For example, financial technology companies that experiment with deployment of, provision and development and deployment of certain AI solutions work together with the financial authority, for example, in Macedonia. So for this, we don't have to invent anything. So there is a methodology which has been developed by the World Bank that the government of Macedonia can follow and just establish a regulatory sandbox in AI. This has been done, for example, in Saudi Arabia and in other countries. In Chile, I have worked with the government of Chile, where academia, government, and the private sector work together on an algorithmic transparency standard and creation of algorithmic registers that publish the algorithms that are used in public service delivery by government agencies. So I think the government here and the Ministry of Digital Transformation and whatever the agency is in charge of small and medium-sized enterprises, they should start seeing themselves as collaborators, facilitators, and innovators. So they should be working together with the private sector and with the academia and with the research institutes. We had the Minister of Education and Science. It so happens that I used to work for the Ministry of Education and Science at the Department of Science, so I was involved heavily in research and innovation and the EU agenda of Macedonia, so I know how things go. But one accomplishment that I would like to, present here of Macedonian origin in terms of research is a large language model, and kudos for that, which is called Vezilka. And Macedonian is a low resource language in natural language processing, so that's a huge development for us, I think.
Nice. Do you think AI can use some, well, it's technology, but yeah, AI also to, that's a question from the audience, I'm jumping in. How can Macedonian government use AI to increase efficiency of their operations? I would not say AI only, but technology altogether. We had the panels, we were talking about how we can be more transparent, and this could be really helpful for...
Yeah, well, it happens so that I specialize in that. So in transparency and accountability in provision of public services. So there are a lot of ways that you can improve. There is a project, which is a program funded by the European Union. It's called Europe Digital or Digital for Europe or something like that. I don't remember the exact title. But I know that the project and the program is working in Moldova, it's working in Ukraine, the countries of the Eastern Partnership, but also in Serbia. And I think it should start working with the government of Macedonia on using AI together with a French AI firm called Mistral to use predictive analytics and AI to sift through legal texts to see whether they have been approximated with the law of the European Union. So that's a huge accomplishment, and it's going to mean a lot of efficiency and effectiveness in the workings of the Macedonian government, especially the Secretariat. I don't know whether it's called the Secretariat for European Integration. Yep. I think that's the name. It's going to be very helpful. If this project is not in the works, I would say that whoever listens from the Macedonian government, they should get in touch with that program, which is funded by the EU, and take advantage of that. But especially for algorithmic transparency and accountability, I would say the best framework, assessment framework in terms of a risk-based approach and also fundamental rights-based approach is the one developed by the Dutch Ministry of Interior. And if interested, I can share it with you. Why it's important to take into account this framework, it's because it takes into account the whole AI life cycle. So you measure and assess the AI system from the phase of ideation, design, deployment, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and retirement. So the whole AI life cycle.
Thank you. Dalibor, AI often brings the fears of job replacement. So people are scared AI is going to take our jobs. How do you see the AI transforming the workforce in the traditional industries? What are the new skills in demand, and how can we prepare for future? I think it was on the previous panel, but I would like to hear your thoughts on that too.
Yeah, I heard a nice saying that we will not be replaced by AI, we will be replaced by people who know how to use AI. That's probably the best answer that I can give, because it's a technology, as Pasa mentioned, like internet. Do you know someone who is not using internet nowadays and is a successful person, business? Probably not. We should start learning, start implementing step by step, as far as we can, in the limits of our businesses. Just follow the trends, learn something new, follow the companies that are implementing the solutions that we are talking about. And it is simple. Once you get in pace of development, you see that it's pretty much simple to integrate even the most modern technologies in your company.
Thank you.
Just to add to that, which is interesting, I mean, in the room itself, how many of you understand prompt engineering and how to create a proper prompt for an AI? So, you know, that's for ChatGPT, even as simple as ChatGPT. Prompt engineering is probably one of the first things you should start to learn and understand, because it is pervasive. So when you get into, you know, I'll get a little bit technical, when you get into the workflow automations, and you have two different things. You have an agentic workflow and you have an agent AI. An agentic workflow is basically you create a workflow that integrates different pieces of data, but the agentic workflow is very specific on how to take that data and analyze it, and prompt engineering becomes very important in analyzing data. Now, the flip side of that is an AI agent who becomes an autonomous agent, and you're trusting in the agent to actually do as you would trust one of your employees. Here's a simple question, here you go and do it. But again, it can get off the rails and provide you with probably really bad results with a really bad prompt. So prompt engineering is probably the first step I would take, and then understand the ways or the different tools that are being created in the market that are being used in your industries, and start thinking about how to use your tools, like the implementation of Excel. I'm sure there's going to be some version of some sort of AI Excel program that will be pervasive, and a lot of people will be using it. But then they're going to be very specific, like Dalibor software, where it's specifically designed for a niche for electrical engineers who work in manufacturing plants. So just being aware, start learning, and then start from the basics and go from there.
Right. Thank you. Me being here in Macedonia, I'm actively and always seeking for ways to make it out of here, make the best out of here, to succeed. And I'm always thinking, what are the options? What can we use as tools, and how we can be more successful as Macedonians in the world? Yes, there are a lot of disadvantages, but I'm a huge optimist, and I strongly believe that our days will come and Macedonia will have huge success in many fields. At this point, I'm thinking, if I was a person living here, investing here in business, in AI, in technology, in digitalization, what are our skills? What are our options? Since I speak with teams here and I see that they develop pretty good programs, but somehow it's not made in USA or made in Germany, and I'm into marketing, so I'm trying to think, would it be easier for me to sell it as a Macedonian or an American product, or German or Norwegian or something similar? So Macedonia can use AI to its advantage, acknowledging the potential downsides. What is one key opportunity AI presents for Macedonia development?
So I'll take on that answer. It's an interesting question. So, coming as a Macedonian born here and leaving here as a child, I grew up in the United States and constantly coming back to Macedonia, growing up in both cultures. One of the challenges that almost everybody, but I think especially here in Macedonia, is adopting a different perspective. So when you're building a tool or software or a service for an external market, make sure you understand the culture. One of the hardest challenges I have in my industry is when I tell them about kitchen cabinets. They're like, oh, that's okay, somebody will come out and measure and build this. And in the United States, the kitchen and bath industry is a $122 billion industry with just 22 billion cabinets in the cabinets alone. So it's a huge industry, but it's very nuanced, and it's very customer focused and customer driven. People want their different options. People want wood. They don't want the shiny flat cabinets. It's those nuances that you have to understand, and understanding how business operates if you're creating tools for business for Macedonia. So you kind of have to step outside of yourself, and I keep on saying this, but I truly believe it is look at it through your eyes of your customer. And if you're building something for an external market and you're trying to do marketing for a US-based business that's looking for customers in the US, understand what they're doing. And that should be the first thing when you onboard a customer, is talk to them. Make sure you understand their customer, because your software, your services are going to help find and onboard their customers. So I think that's very important. And now with AI and with, I think of AI as your PhD assistant, right? It's becoming smarter by the day. And understands a lot of things. And sometimes if you need to understand the culture, start with AI and make sure, you ask it the right questions that have a good feel for whatever market you're trying to get, and AI can enable it. It can enable you to understand it, but then nothing replaces talking to your customer and make sure you understand what their customers are trying to do. So if you're a B2B services or a B2B business.
Okay, thank you. I have another question from the audience. I don't know if anyone's going to want to answer this one. Is AI the end of freedom as we know it? I saw some funny videos where, we're just happy and just laying around, just, be happy all day and doing nothing, and then the machines are running everything. Do you see that happening? What's your opinion on that? I'm guessing that's the question. Is this the end of freedom?
No, it's not. If we stay aware of the challenges and risks that come with AI and AI deployment, and I say education, educate, and raise awareness among different demographic groups, children, elderly, civil servants, small and medium-sized enterprises. So they learn about what the challenges are, and we are, as citizens are informed that, sometimes governments can use AI, real-time facial recognition technology, biometric identification to encroach on our rights. So law enforcement, judiciary, if we are aware of this, and if you are a small and medium-sized business owner or entrepreneur and you are deploying or developing an AI tool, and you follow certain, you establish AI governance frameworks, you manage your data responsibly, you do not take advantage of the personal data that you harvest from your clients when they browse the internet, and you're aware of this. So responsible innovation is the crux of AI not taking away our freedoms and rights. But first and foremost, citizens who are aware and knowledgeable about their rights and how they can fight for their rights and freedoms.
And Mimi, while at it, could you tell us your opinion on what is the role of public-private partnerships in accelerating beneficial AI adoption?
Well, I already spoke about this. So regulatory sandboxes, public-private partnerships, there are a lot of examples out there. One example that comes to mind is this regulatory sandbox, which is funded by Meta, or previously called Facebook. It's called Open Loop. And they work with governments to pilot certain regulatory sandboxes, regulatory solutions, where small and medium-sized enterprises join this regulatory sandbox and work together with government authorities. For example, right now, this is being tested in the US using the US NIST AI management framework, which is a voluntary tool. And then if there are representatives of the Macedonian government here, other interesting examples, non-mandatory public-private partnership, a great example would be the government of Singapore. The government of Saudi Arabia, I've been involved in this. They also have not just data governance sandbox, but also AI sandbox, AI regulation sandbox. So working together with businesses, understanding, what they need, but also listening to the civil society and representatives of marginalized groups, that's very important too. So having this inclusive AI governance is really important so that, again, we come back to the rights and freedoms and how we protect our rights and freedoms. Having responsible, innovative, collaborative governments and governments and civil servants who understand what AI is. And another good international partner in this regard would be UNESCO. UNESCO and the International Telecom Union. I happen to work both with UNESCO and the ITU. We developed together AI governance courses, blended, so we offer project-based learning and also experiential type of learning, working together with civil servants. That's very important, educating our government and civil servants not to have this siloed mindset, but to work together with the private sector and with citizens to be responsive. What I would like to see as a citizen of Macedonia is our government offering digital services that are supported by AI responsibly.
Thank you.
Can I answer that a little bit? Yeah. So, one of the challenges, and I'll bring this as a challenge for any government, not just the Macedonian government. So me as an entrepreneur, when I'm building software, the government is the last place I look for for investments or for any kind of support. And to me, and maybe it's a misconception, is the bureaucracy I have to deal with. So government is played by bureaucracy. So the question for the government, or the thought-provoking question for the government, is why is that? What can we do so that we give entrepreneurs the freedom to be successful? And honestly, I can't really think of any, maybe it is out there, I can't think of any government sponsored startup that really became a huge company. So maybe there's a reason for that. But looking at it from my perspective, why am I not trusting of the government to help me? Maybe it's different in Macedonia, but in the United States, and it's also a fault of the U.S. government as well, because I think of all the chains and roadblocks that would be put in front of me in order to make something of together as a partnership with the government.
Right. I'll try to do more questions from the audience. There's a lot of them. I'll try to stick with the industry part, what we're talking about. Daniel's asking, what can you tell us about effective process for investigating the viability of developing a custom business solution? Any consideration with AI? Kind of difficult. The way I'm thinking about it, the way I see it, since I'm involved both in the digital world and also running a factory with my brother, so what I see in the future of in the industry is having all the cameras set up in the whole factory and then using AI to generate for us what would be the best placement for all the machines in order to get the biggest output, the safest way, use maximum of the sun, how to use all the panels and everything, and just forecasting how to optimize the production. There is a lot into it that I see. I believe in that. I think it will come. Other than that, at this point, probably we're using the forecasting with stocks and maybe sales, or just trying to predict the future. But it's kind of difficult to answer exactly. If anyone can jump in, great. If not, I have one more question before we wrap up. Actually, I would just, there's so many questions, I didn't get to ask you all of them, so I'll just leave you a minute if you can share, if you have some ending about our discussion. Dalibor, we spoke at the beginning about a few more details, but if anyone of you wants to share something that we didn't get to talk about, please do so. If not, I'll just wrap up with my conclusions.
Yeah, maybe just to mention, you said about the production and the information from the production. It's the machines are already talking to us, but we sometimes don't understand them. Yeah. We don't speak their language, so my mission is to translate that, to bring to the market the translation from the machine to someone who is in charge of the production. So I have more than 500 customers in the region, believe it or not. So engineering companies and end customer production sites, energy, infrastructure, solar panels. Solar panels are also talking to us. Yeah. We are getting a lot of information just with a simple application on the phone. How much it is produced, how stable it is there an alarm? But there are a lot of more information available through the software like we are presenting to the market. So 4 times more information you can collect just implementing the right solution to the system. Just quickly to wrap up from my side, think about AI as a toolbox. You can just sit on it, rest, and pretend that it's there. I will just relax a little bit. But you can open it. You can explore different tools in it. You can share those tools with your engineers, with your people. Learn how to use it. Learn how to improve the production with the tool that is available. This is just probably the biggest challenge for me, to explain how these tools are used. It's not the system itself, it's just learning how to use it and improve drastically.
Thank you.
The production.
Thank you, Dalibor. As we wrap up, I would like to conclude. AI is here to stay. It's transformative. It's not just small changes. It's going to be a rapid change. We better get on the train as soon as possible. It's a huge opportunity for all of us, especially for Macedonia, because it's a huge opportunity for us. And the message is one of both. It's urgency and immense opportunity. So without further ado, thank you for being our guests. It was a pleasure talking to you, and see you next time.
Thank you.
That wraps up the session for right now. Please be back here at 2:10 for an award ceremony and some scholarship recipients. But thank you for your attention, and see you in an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I would like to invite to the stage my colleague Nina Manchev. She's the Leadership and Education Programs Manager. Nina will say a few words and award Atanas Bliznakov Certificates of Excellence to high achievers, scholarship recipients. Nina, the floor is yours.
Apologies for interrupting the party. So Nena will come at the stage soon. I wanted to take a few moments or a few minutes to celebrate a special person for us, for the organization, for the country. It's his birthday today, so that is why we are celebrating him. And you know what? Like, we made his birthday special. We had great party yesterday evening, after the midnight, so meaning it was his birthday. Today we are having another party with him, but the most special present for him was that he had the chance today to speak about his most favorite topic, which is FDIs. So you probably know that this person is Victor Mizo. Victor, please come on stage. This is the very first Macedonian gin, so it's Macedonian product, so I'm allowed to give him alcohol, yes. And the owner and founder of this company, which is called Smidgin, will be on our 2 panels actually today. And this is a great present, Victor, so you have now to address the audience.
First of all, special thanks to Macedonia2025, to all of you. It's great to have a birthday with 700 people, and I'm not responsible directly for paying for it. But no, thanks for the gin, and I'm really happy that so many people showed up today. Usually the second day of the event is not as attended as the first, because most of the politicians only come on the first day. But there's so many people, and I think there'll be a lot of people until tonight, so I'm glad that you enjoyed also the pre-party last night. So thanks again, and many more years for everyone. Thanks.
So now it's Nena Manchev after the alcohol and the happy birthday. So, dear guests, partners, mentors, and most importantly, young scholars. It is my great honor to welcome you to a session that reflects not only academic achievement, but a deeper commitment to purpose, legacy, and opportunity. The Atanas Bliznakov scholarships for student excellence are more than financial support. They are a symbol of belief that academic talent, ambition, and hard work should never be held back by financial limitations. And being straight with you, this is one of my favorite programs because it touches lives in most meaningful way and reminds us all why we do the work we do. Today we are supporting over 130 active scholars with a growing network of alumni who are making difference in their fields, companies, and communities. Each year, 40 new scholarships are awarded to some of the most promising students at the universities in Kirill and Methodius in Skopje, many of whom come from socially vulnerable backgrounds, facing challenges in accessing higher education. This is not just about merit. This is about equality, ensuring that every capable young person has a real chance to thrive. The program extends far beyond the Skopje, representing a nationwide commitment to education opportunity. From Skopje to Kumanovo, Ohrid to Prilep, Delchevo to Gevgelija, students from over 30 municipalities are part of this powerful and growing community. Our scholars represent nearly every academic discipline, from medicine, engineering, computer science, music, economics, and more. These are future doctors, educators, engineers, researchers, and leaders. They bring with them a diversity of thoughts, backgrounds, and perspective, forming a community rich in ideas and united in purpose. Over the past years, the program has grown significantly beyond its original scope, transforming for a scholarship initiative into a true platform for mentorship, empowerment, and opportunity. One of the most meaningful components of it is the peer networking mentorship network. Students meet regularly to exchange ideas, offer advice, and support one another academically and emotionally. They have formed study groups, friendship, and even, as you know, young people, social media groups so they can communicate. This spirit of teamwork, of students lifting each other up, is something that we are especially proud of. The second area that we are working is the senior mentorship program. It begins as a small pilot under the umbrella of our Talent Today and Leaders Tomorrow initiative. Today, it is one of the most impactful elements of the program. Over 130 professionals have been paired with students, forming more than 100 mentorship relationships. And this is not just a symbolic pairing. They are transformative connections. Many have already led to internship, job shadowing, and real professional guidance. So I would like to use this opportunity to thank all of our senior mentors. By sharing your time, experience, and encouragement, you have helped young leaders dream bigger, grow stronger, and move closer to achieving their goals. We are especially proud that many of our mentors come from the Macedonian diaspora, from United States, Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, and beyond. This shows that this continued engagement is proof that distance is no barrier to making an impact. And to our mentors here in Macedonia, so many of you are even here among the audience, thank you. You led by example, showing that it's truly what it truly means to invest in the next generation. You can see a long list of names, and this represents the depth of enthusiasm from each Macedonian professional who believes in potential in our youth. Lastly, we invest in our scholars' personal growth throughout custom-made trainings and group sessions, helping them build and develop leadership skills, confidence, and strong sense of community. Ask any of our scholars what this program means, and you will hear words like personal growth, opportunity, transformation, inspiration, and strength, because that is exactly what they have experienced. For our students, these scholarships are more than a helping hand. They are a stepping stone for ambition, a source of validation, and a great reminder that someone believes in them. But you will agree with me, there is always a place for more, and we can even do it today. I invite you all, our respective business community, to join our internship initiative. Most probably yesterday you have seen in our complimentary bag a flyer of Atanas Bliznakov. So you can just scan the QR code and you can get involved. So before we present our scholars, I would like to use a little bit the stage to continue with some words of sincere gratitude. Firstly, to the University St. Kirill and Methodius in Skopje. Thank you for your long-standing and continued partnership on this journey. And above all, to Sofia and Mitra Kotanovsky, who are unfortunately not here, who represents the Atanas Bliznakov Foundation in the United States. Their modesty is remarkable, but their vision, dedication, and constant belief in these students are what make this possible. From all of us at Macedonia2025, and from every scholar whose life you have touched, thank you. And now it is time to present our high achievers. They're even there, standing. And as each name appears on the screen, remember, behind every GPA is a story of commitment, discipline, and determination. These young leaders representing the best of what Macedonia have offered. So I will now invite my colleague Galena to announce the names of these remarkable individuals so we can give them a certificate of achievement, a complimentary card generously provided by our summit sponsor, Diners Club International. Thank you.
Scholars, as I call your name, if you could come up and collect your certificate from Nina. So first is Mila Georgievska. Kliment Shinikoski. Angela Sekulovska. Kristina Kalamukoska. Anna Sofronievska. Stefan Vulovski Ivanov. Mikhail Stojkoski. Anastasia Uzunoska. Michaela Lazarovska. Tiana Toshevska. And there's one more recipient today, Jovana Stojčevska, who could not join us, unfortunately. Yes, it is. Congratulations, everyone. So now we move into a power talk that explores how artificial intelligence is not only transforming industries, but redefining our very way of life. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Metodia Mircev to talk about the new era, how AI redefines our world. Mr. Mircev.
Do we have the slides? Murphy's all around. Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for having an opportunity to participate on this event. Honestly speaking, I was following with utmost attention the previous panels because both previous panels actually were about the AI, an excellent panel, by the way. And it actually brings a little bit of a reflection, a flashback, because on the same summit, the same room, the same chair, on the same topic, I was also panelist 1 year ago. True, it was 1 year ago, if you recall. And then, this 1 year passed like 1 day. And I recall, Nikita called me, prior to that summit, and she said, Meto, we are organizing a traditional summit, and we would like to have a panel discussion about the AI, because this is the new emerging trend, and you work in the high-tech industry, so would you be interested to join this panel? I said, of course, because I love innovation. I was just visiting actually Harvard and doing this leadership training program on innovation. I said, why not? And now, when I make this 1 year gap analysis, and there was a lot of discussion even on the previous panels, the evolution of the AI in this 1 year is enormous. I recall I was, preparing for my speech then, and we have the ChatGPT, the OpenAI AI, which was just getting some market traction. NVIDIA was, booming because clearly you need a chipset, for the training of the models and for running the models. And basically all the other big high-tech companies were trying to do a catch-up game. Now, if we go only 1 year ahead, the situation is totally different. Yes, we have still the OpenAI and the ChatGPT, which is actually, driving the business, the front runner of the revolution. But also we have other platforms, other AIs, other LLMs, which are already on the market, and basically they are operational. All the big high-tech, companies, they already joined the AI game. If we can, Llama from Meta, Copilot from Microsoft, that was also discussed, Grok from Elon Musk, Gemini, which is Gen AI from Google. And definitely we do see a huge transformation in that era. On the other side, what is also worth mentioning is that we have a new power which is rising, and that was also mentioned on the previous panels, and this is China. Let's not forget, this boom on the technological level which is happening in China, and we know it was only 6 months ago when the DeepSeek was launched. And it's basically, a highly innovative LLM, the AI model, which has the similar performance like the Western counterparts, but basically running only for the fraction of the cost, both for the training, but also for management. This is the guidance given by PwC, and I will be a little bit provocative because I was listening about the previous discussion, and this is actually the guidance about what the AI will contribute, or the impact, and I will underline the word impact or contribute to the world economy in 2030. And just to put the discussion into context, this is not billions of euros, this is trillions of euros, okay? And this is actually, just to have the right sizing, this is approximately 12 to 13% of the global GDP. And this is, as I mentioned, the contribution. This is not the sole value creation or the GDP growth which AI will contribute to the world economy, talking again about the cutoff date of 2030. And this comes from two major components. The one component is the productivity gain. And yes, we are talking about increasing the productivity of the human beings, but then there is a direct substitution. And let's be fair, this is actually what AI is bringing. On the other side, and this is in vicinity of $7 trillion, which is going to be the contribution of the AI on the global economy if we're referring to the productivity gain. The other 9 trillions, it's basically the value creation from the AI in different use cases which are going to be implemented. Actually, they're already implemented around the globe, and this is something which we are going to touch upon later on in discussion. There is also a very interesting outlook provided by McKinsey. I like, these big consultant companies because, they manage to gather the data from around the globe. So here we have the PwC, we have McKinsey. McKinsey estimates that by year 2030, so basically they have the same cutoff date, approximately 25% of all jobs are going to be automized. So basically we're talking about the direct substitution of human beings with artificial intelligence, bots, AI agents, you name it. So we are talking about $16 trillion impact on the global economy. What is also interesting is how this is distributed around the globe. So it's not evenly distributed. It's very interesting. 7 trillion goes to China. Surprise, surprise. 3.5 trillion goes to US. And it's also a very interesting fact because basically the China versus US economy, it's not ratio 1 to 2. So either we are talking about basically, and definitely we're going to talk about that, it's more the productivity gain, but also the adoption of AI in different use cases in China especially. Now, there was a lot of discussion previously about the strategic opportunities. We are talking about streamlining processes, and it was already mentioned from my fellow colleagues prior to lunch on the two panels. So basically, it's streamlining processes. So wherever you have a complex process, a lot of interdependencies, cross-functionalities, a lot of data, a lot of products / services / solutions which are, driven throughout that process. Here, actually, the AI fills in a natural habitat because in real time, it can analyze a lot of data and basically increase the efficiency. And this is something which is already in use. This is something, for example, Walmart, one of the biggest retailers in the US. It's already using the AI for stock management, supply chain optimization, and brings billions of dollars in cost savings. R&D, we are talking not only pharma, the pharmaceutical industry, not only pharma. We know that in the pharma, the biggest cost component of the drug is not the production cost, it's actually the research and development, it's how to develop actually that active ingredient. And here actually we have already AI which is put in force. We all, hopefully all, we all used to use corona vaccines, and this AI was used to develop the corona vaccine, both from Pfizer and both from Moderna. So basically here is how to shorten the R&D time window, reduce costs, reduce the time to market, and basically be in a position to serve the needs of the market, and definitely lower the cost, which then provides incremental competitiveness. And clearly it's not only about the pharma, it's also about, we had occasion to see the kitchen and the cabinets, right? This was the use case. Actually, it's also the prototyping and how AI is influencing this kind of innovation process. And yes, it's customer experience. By the way, I come from the telco industry. Sorry, maybe I was supposed to mention this at the beginning for all of you who doesn't know that I'm from the high tech, but actually from the telecommunication, and the personalization, it's the name of the game. We all use different kinds of products and services, solutions on a global level, and we want to be treated as individuals. We don't want to be treated as one of, all of us, but basically, this personalization is the driving force. And here actually, again, the AI in a position to analyze all the complexity and the data which we are collecting and referring to the telco industry, and actually deriving a value proposition which is designed specifically for that individual, is something which actually is the potential for leveraging the power of the AI. Talking about the industries, yes, telecommunication. I will put here a little bit of numbers. Our group, A1 Macedonia, is part of Telecom Austria Group, and the Telecom Austria Group is part of America Mobile, which is Carlos Slim, by the way. We are employing something like 200,000 people around the globe. And we have approximately 20,000 people working in contact centers. It is estimated, and that's why I told that I'm going to be a little bit provocative, just to picture what actually the AI is going to bring. It is estimated by in 3-year time, 80% of the inbound calls in the contact centers is going to be served by AI agents. So basically, you're going to talk to a machine in your native language, and basically it's not only about the efficiency and basically reducing operational expenses in your P&L, reducing FTEs, but also it's about customer experience evolution. Healthcare, there was a discussion about the healthcare, and to be frank, I was 3 weeks ago on a very interesting presentation, not in Macedonia, actually not even in Europe, about how AI is evolving the healthcare. Not only about the outcome predictions or cost optimization, but basically it's how to manage the healthcare resources. And this was an AI agent which was based on a smartphone. When you're basically inputting your blood tests, if you have some skin rash, you're just taking a picture, providing some simple data, and actually AI provides the diagnosis and the therapy. Or if it cannot solve because you need some serious medical attention, basically it's redirecting to the certain doctor which actually can solve this issue. And this is how actually you are managing resources in the healthcare, which are expensive, and finally, increase the customer care or the customer experience. Finance, real-time fraud detection. We as a telco industry, but also banks, we are running AIs for the fraud detection. And this is actually where JP Morgan is already invested, and it saves billions in the real time because it's analyzing, gathering the data from all surrounding systems and be in a position to identify in a real time the potential fraud, and this is something which actually saves billions in that respect. Retail, I mentioned Walmart, but here actually it's more of a physical presence in the brick and mortar shop and how to actually personalize the experience. And already Sephora, I think the ladies, they know what is Sephora because it's one of the biggest European retail chains dealing predominantly with perfume and cosmetics. They're already using AI to actually personalize the customer experience within the shops. And last but not least, it's manufacturing. I was very, interested in a discussion which suddenly emerged about manufacturing. You all know Xiaomi, right? Xiaomi is the third biggest. I'm coming from telco, so this is something which is more close to me. Xiaomi is the third biggest. Yeah, Mike, you're coming from Motorola, so very close, you know. Xiaomi is actually the third biggest producer of mobile phones, smartphones on a global level. So we have Samsung, we have Apple, and then we have Xiaomi. Xiaomi is already in China. They're running dark factories, which actually has end-to-end production of mobile phones. It's fully robotized, fully automized, managed by AI, and it's called a dark factory because there is no light inside, because there are no humans. And this refers, you know, to this impact, how actually the AI is going to transform our world. Not only Xiaomi, you know, it's also Huawei, you know, they are producing, and the rapid increase in the automation, robotization, and basically implementing AI in different use cases in in US, and China is amazing. What is ahead of us? And basically there are three streams. First, the generative AI. Basically, we are at this moment in a world which actually generative AI is a fact. So it's not only data input, data output, and this was actually something which was discussed. Yes, good data, you know, good data in, good decision out. We're talking about generative AI, which actually is creating content. It's not only text, videos, music. You know, we are already trialing in the industry to leverage generative AI for planning and designing and deployment of infrastructure. This is something which is also critical. And AI agents, it's linked with the next stage of the evolution of the LLMs. LLM is the large language model, you know, a big, robust system which is based on the neural networks, which you put in a data center in the cloud. Basically, you know, feed it with the data, then actually different types of learning models, and actually you have a LLM which is producing certain percentage of probabilities, and then basically you're leveraging. But at the end of the day, if you're talking about agents, it's not wise to use a huge model. It's wise to use specialized models for different job positions, let's say. So it's, instead of running a huge models which are trained also in the pharmacy and, I don't know, dealing with the prepaid contact center issues, it doesn't make sense. So basically you make a specialized AI agents which are more light, more cost efficient, and basically they're fully specialized and at the end of the day scaling human expertise, and this is something which is coming. And these agents, they're so light that basically they're going to sit, they're already sitting in your phones, mobile phones, you all have smartphones, and it's going to sit in all, you know, the IoT devices, which cross-connected devices around the globe, which actually are going to evolve into the AIoT devices. And definitely there was a lot of discussion, and fully agree with this. This is actually the AI which is going to preserve the compliance, trust, and governance, because at the end of the day, yes, we are dealing with sensitive data. It's not only about the telecommunication industry, it's also about banking, the public sector, because, you know, we as a telco industry, we are, you know, generating, processing, and storing critical data. It's actually your data, you know, your communication data, location updates, transactional data, everything you're doing on a daily basis. Even right now, we are actually gathering, processing, and storing. So we do not want to have any situation when we are going to implement, you know, an AI and then having actually the degradation of the data or actually misuse. So this is actually a separate stream which is going to develop, is how to implement or how to impose the regulation, compliance, and trust on the AI part. Yes, at the end of the day, this is also an interesting fact. I was reading yesterday, 75% of companies in the US, they already use AI or they're about to implement AI. So basically, you know, it's a game on. So if you do not implement any AI, yes, it's complexity, it's problem, it's different industries and everything, but then basically you lose agility, you lose operational efficiency, and you lose actually the competitiveness of the market. There was a lot of discussion, not only today, but also yesterday about, you know, the talents, the experts, let's say talents, how you are attracting, recruiting, and retaining talents. And now we know that actually the talent management is something of a critical importance. And one of the biggest scores which always popping up in each and every discussion, it was actually the education and talents. And definitely we have to also take into account that the top talents, they want to work in innovative companies. They don't want to work in a company which is stuck in the middle age, but they want actually to work in a company which is innovating, especially in the field of the AI. And definitely, as we discussed, customers, they expect constantly increasing customer experience. So if you do not implement the AI, you are going to lose also the customer, I would say, focus and definitely the customer expectations. It's not easy. It's absolutely not easy. We are working in a high-tech industry. It's extremely complex. A lot of systems, a lot of issues, technical, regulatory, legal, complexity with different platforms and systems. Yes, the data, in our case, the data is not a problem because we have a very structured data, because we are collecting, trillions of gigabytes on the data. But definitely, it's difficult to move forward. But the world is moving, and definitely we have to catch up. It depends on the industry, but then you have to run the due diligence and to identify, and I love here the saying of Mike, think big, act small, and move fast. And this is actually the example. So yes, you have to have the vision where you want to be, because the 2030 is going to be tomorrow. Identify the elements where you can actually act now and move it fast, because otherwise, you're going to be outrun and outpaced by competition. There are different sizes of companies. There was a discussion about the SMEs. We are a conglomerate, so basically you have to assess, based on the due diligence, what is the right sizing, whether you're going to develop your own AI model, maybe not developing your own AI model, but basically modifying for your needs, or you're going to leverage the third party, because now you have also the open source, cloud-based AIs, which you can, and there was also a discussion that it's not actually very difficult to embed in your operations, in your processes, and definitely it's about governance. So whatever you do, definitely think about, the governance, trust, because this is something, and compliance, because this is something which is of a critical importance for the future of the AI. And I would like to thank you, because I have only 15 minutes, and I think, thank you. And you gave me the worst job. I am the only one on the stage presenting as a keynote speaker on the last day of the summit after the lunch. But I think I raised your attention and the energy. Thank you very much.
Perfect. We now continue with the talk that takes us beyond our borders, offering a rare glimpse into one of the world's most ambitious and innovative transformations, titled Investing in Change Inside Saudi Arabia's Economic Evolution and the Opportunities Ahead for Global Partners. This session explores the bold vision behind Saudi Arabia's transformation and the potential it holds for international collaboration. Moderating this session is Mr. Ivan Skenderovsky, Managing Partner of Salient Consulting. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Helene Panova, Head of M&A at NEOM. Welcome to the stage. Oh, are they there?
Good afternoon. I would like to thank first the organization, Macedonia2025, and Nikisa personally for staging 2 sessions on Middle East, one on United Arab Emirates and the second one on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I will start by just mentioning that Saudi Arabia is not that far away. If you look at the distance between Macedonia and places like London or even south of Spain, it's equal distance to reach the northern part of Saudi Arabia, or NEOM, where Helene resides. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Helene. We've been traveling a bit across Macedonia for the weekend. There is one thing which is definitely undisputable about Macedonia, and that's the natural beauty. And I think she witnessed the beauty of Ohrid and the Ohrid Lake and all the mountains in between. And we were discussing on the journey to Ohrid and back of a bit of a paradox which I mentioned to her. I said, where Macedonians are looking towards the West is these days looking towards the Middle East. And what I meant by this is that we as Macedonians, traditionally, we are aspirational to look towards the West, towards Europe, and so on. And we feel that the brain drain is going towards Europe, where if you look what's happening now, a lot of the brain drain from Europe, millionaires, investors, professionals, they are more and more allocating to Dubai, to Riyadh, to the whole of Middle East. Various reasons for that, but that's currently a fact. The other thing which I wanted to mention, that when you're looking from the perspective of Saudi Arabia, Macedonian or Europeans, they're both Westerners. So they both look at us as Europeans, in a way. So we'll be talking about Saudi Arabia. Obviously, the country is going through a tremendous transformation from the dependence of oil in the past to now trying to build innovation-led economy with a focus on sustainable development, technology, AI, and so on. My company probably generates half of the revenue from Saudi Arabia. We've been involved in NEOM. We've been involved in other projects, giga projects in Saudi Arabia. And we've certainly seen the excitement of every Saudi who believes in the vision. And even if they don't know the details of that vision, they're excited because something's new is coming. They don't know what yet, but it's a good thing which they believe is coming to their country. Now, as we speak, obviously President Trump is in the kingdom today, one of the first missions, and obviously it's a continuation of the collaboration between the Middle East and US. And a few other fun facts. I'm not sure whether you know, but Saudi Arabia won the Winter Games, the Asian Winter Games 2029. So who would think that a country which is predominantly a desert will stage skiing competitions, right? They've got the 2030 also, the Expo, and also the World Cup 2034. They already have Ronaldo, as you know. So to start the session, we've prepared a short video. I don't know whether it's available. Show you a bit of a glimpse of the Saudi vision and its pillars, and then we'll start with the questions.
In 2016, Saudi Arabia embarked on an ambitious journey. This journey is guided by a bold roadmap, Saudi Vision 2030. Announced by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, this vision aims to reshape the kingdom. It seeks to reduce Saudi Arabia's reliance on oil. It aims to build a vibrant and diverse economy. And it envisions a modern society with a prominent role on the global stage. This is not just an economic plan, it's a social and cultural shift. Saudi Arabia is opening up to the world. It is embracing innovation and technology, and it is investing in its people to build a brighter future. Saudi Vision 2030 is built on 3 fundamental pillars. These pillars represent the core values and aspirations of the plan. The first pillar is a vibrant society. This emphasizes the well-being of Saudi citizens. It focuses on improving healthcare, education, and social services. It also promotes cultural activities and encourages a healthy lifestyle. The second pillar, a thriving economy, aims to diversify the Saudi economy. It seeks to move beyond oil and gas. The focus is on developing sectors like tourism, technology, and renewable energy. This involves attracting foreign investment, supporting small businesses, and creating a competitive business environment. The third pillar is an ambitious nation. This focuses on good governance, transparency, and efficiency. It aims to streamline government processes, combat corruption, and promote accountability. It also emphasizes the importance of national pride and a strong work ethic. To achieve its ambitious goals, Saudi Vision 2030 has launched a series of mega projects. These projects are not just about construction, they represent the future of Saudi Arabia.
NEOM, the futuristic megacity project in Saudi Arabia, is also progressing well. Here's a look at some exciting developments. Construction is underway. The first phase is progressing towards a 2024 opening for Sindala, a stunning beachfront destination. This marks a significant step towards NEOM becoming a reality. Luxury is coming into focus too. NEOM's board of directors unveiled not 1, but 3 exciting ventures. Furthermore, Raffles Hotels and Resorts, a renowned luxury brand, announced plans to open a new resort in Trojena, NEOM's year-round mountain destination. However, amidst this progress, there are reports suggesting revisions to the initial $500 billion NEOM project due to potential financing concerns. Some sources claim the project has been scaled back. While the final scope of NEOM might be under adjustment, the recent developments showcase the project's continued progress toward becoming a global tourism and innovation hub.
My name is Jerry Todd. I lead the National Development Division at PIF. We work across the portfolio of companies to activate ecosystems, increase local content, and capture synergies between the portfolio company. We're investing in new sectors. These sectors need a regulatory framework in which to operate. They need talent to hire, and they need supply chains. So we work with our investment teams and our portfolio companies to help put these enabling environment in place for them. We have a policy team, we have a supply chain team, we have investment attraction teams, and our job is to enable companies to focus on what they need to do.
At the crossroads of 3 continents, Saudi Arabia is blessed by natural landscapes and rich resources with a young and expanding population.
This is a new, young economy, new, young generation coming up. We have, I believe, 70% or 65% are below the age of 30.
The most important thing about, Saudis, us as Saudis, is we're very hospitable people. We love to have guests over. We love to share our culture.
Change throughout society at the ambition and scale outlined in the Vision 2030 is a collective effort involving contribution and collaboration on every level, from individuals to industry.
Saudi is taking advantage of the obviously land, huge land space, the low cost of renewables, to capitalize on being a global leader in green H2.
So welcome again, welcome to Macedonia. And to start, I would like to know a bit more of what's the secret sauce behind the Vision 2030.
Thank you for this question, and first of all, let me thank you for the hospitality. Right now, I really believe that Ohrid is the center of the world, so hope you do believe that as well. But let me dive in on the secret sauce for Saudi 30 vision. And I think, first and foremost, is this common business plan. De facto, Vision 30 is a business plan that was created by the Crown Prince and is delivered as such. And it's I would say, a social pact with international companies, with foreigners, with local representatives, and they're all aiming towards this goal. I don't know if they will achieve it. I'm not I think I don't have enough elements, and I'm probably not, I can't guess the future. But the fact that they're all aiming in the same direction means that they will achieve some of them. The second element is that is extremely important, and I think Ivan mentioned this, it's excitement of the people. All Saudis are behind this project. They do believe that they will achieve it. They're proud of the country, and they're all going towards this same direction. It's very refreshing coming from Europe to see people who are very proud of their country, proud about the future that they're building for themselves. And the last element, and I think it's something that really struck me when I arrived in Riyadh 3 years ago, is that the country decided to create a competitive advantage for themselves. They selected 3 sectors where they're intentionally building the whole value chain across different elements. I can take an example of AI. They're covering the value chain. They're consistently investing in talents, in data centers, in CapEx, in companies via PIF. And they're building this, this element of competitive advantage so that hopefully in 10 years we can say, yes, Saudi Arabia, one of the leaders in EI, if it makes sense.
So we are talking about a specific project you're involved in, the NEOM project. And again, when we were traveling, we were comparing notes about sort of the size of your annual budget with the GDP of this country. So just a fun fact that the NEOM project itself has an annual budget of $30 billion, which is about double the size of the GDP of this country. So just to give you a perspective of the scale of the project, but we would like to know a bit more of what's in NEOM.
Yeah.
What are the components?
So indeed, there is a very big numbers, and you'll see those. These are astronomical. NEOM, most of the people do remember NEOM because of the line, but mostly NEOM is a development company for a specific region. This region is as big as Macedonia in area. It means that they are developing logistics, they're developing port, they're developing a manufacturing area, they're developing a ski station. It might be fun for you, but it's high enough, cold enough, and it's actually, in the winter, you can really get freezy. And obviously, the line is one of the elements, very futuristic, that will, one of the segments of the line will host FIFA 34 matches. So hopefully in 10 years we'll be having the same meeting there.
Very good. So coming back to Macedonia and Macedonian companies, I think there's a lot of company directors which are around here today, and we'd like to understand what are the opportunities specifically. I mean, you've seen a bit of Macedonia, you know NEOM. What Macedonian companies could expect, or what opportunities there might be for them in approaching NEOM?
Listen, the benefit of Saudi and all the Giga project, because projects like NEOM, you have 7 of them, is that everything is to be built, everything is to be created in all the sectors. But let me maybe mention 4 of them that are as main elements. So I think education is the full priority for the government. They're investing a lot of money to send students abroad, but also to educate students, and I'm waving at the CEO of education certification company that have a big business in Saudi. And I think it's one of the elements there where we as European and you as Macedonian can contribute to the country. Educating Saudis is a big element. The second, and obviously let me start by a fun fact, 25% of cranes capacity worldwide is now in Saudi Arabia. Basically, when you get to Jeddah, Dammam, Riyadh, NEOM, Mecca, where we can't go collectively, but I know for a fact that all of these are construction sites. It's the biggest construction site. What does it mean pragmatically is that they have a lot of needs in construction materials. I've been driving through Macedonia, I've seen marble quarries. It's one of the ideas that can be easily implemented for Saudi Arabia. I also think that Saudi Arabia, because of, and specifically NEOM, have been meant as a window to Europe. And Saudi are consistently looking for a window to Europe, and obviously with a to create a logistic hub. Ivan, you mentioned Macedonia is quite close, weirdly quite close to Saudi Arabia, and it can become this logistic hub for one of the biggest future manufacturing sites in the Middle East. And finally and foremost, and I think Salience is a good representation of this, we need expertise. We need technical advisors who can come, teach, share their knowledge, sometimes bring something back as tools, as productization for softwares that we are developing in the country. So plenty of opportunities. And maybe my call for, those numbers are big. I just wanted to underline the fact that those numbers are extremely enormous. And my call for action is you as CEO, please don't waste this opportunity. Yes, it's, you will need to invest time, money, efforts to understand how Saudi market works, but it's totally worth it.
Very good. And I certainly know from my experience, I mean, we were trying to work, and we are working actually with few of those mega cities. And, you know, the problems which we were facing there in terms of the challenges of just estimating the demand coming from these cities, it's enormous. And we can't even precisely calculate that demand because whatever they want to do there, it's new, right? Hasn't been done anywhere else before, right? Whether it's you know, a new technology being trialed, or the scale of what they're trying to achieve. You know, they're trying to do the esports, you know, the entertainment areas and so on. So the whole, the projects all across the kingdom, they're in a different league to what I've seen elsewhere, to be honest. But in terms of coming to some tips you could give us, obviously, you know, it's part of Middle East is culturally a bit different to Europe. You know, there's some localization needed maybe for the Macedonian companies. Obviously, you work Sunday to Thursday, we work Monday to Friday, so there are differences to start with. So maybe you could give us some tips of what we could expect of when entering that market.
How much time do you have? I can speak about this during
Got about
6
7
hours,
minutes.
right? So, my first recommendation is that you need to abandon all the preconception that you may have about Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabia that is depicted in a lot of modern articles is, it's not the one that I'm witnessing daily in my work, in my interaction with Saudi, in my interaction with the community there. Because Saudi is roughly 40 million people. 10 million of them are foreigners. What do I mean by foreigners? It can be Pakistani, Indian, Jordanian, Palestinian, but also Europeans, Americans, South Africans. So it's a kind of a crossroad in between a lot of cultures. So as of today, Saudi is becoming a blend, specifically in the workplace. So I would recommend to start with a physical presence. Saudi heritage is a tribal heritage, so they like touching you, feeling you, smelling you. They need to sit with you, know about your family, about your 4 Fs. It's one of the subjects that we discussed yesterday: family, food, and future aspirations. So they really need to know you before they will trust you and before they will do business with you. The good element of this is the more time you spend in doing this, and once you enter their trust circle, you're there, and there is little chances to get out of this circle. So kind of a benefit, kind of a beneficial element of this. The kind of a negative element of negative side of this is that the conception of time is not very similar to ours. So if they will never tell you, please do come for a dinner at 8. They will tell, come tonight. What tonight means, nobody really knows, right? And for dinners, it's not really important, except you might be hungry. But for affairs, it might be very disturbing, because you would expect to have a contract signed in 2 weeks. It might be in 2 months. You just need to incorporate this in your way of working with Saudi corporations. And again, what I'm saying is true today. This is evolving as we speak. They're learning, they're trying to upskill the workforce to change their standards. But again, do not, if somebody tells you, yes, we will sign within 1 month, please do not believe them. It will be probably in 4 to 6. That's the... Okay, so kind of a similar culture. I love it. I love it. I think, and something that a lot of foreign companies do not know is that right now you don't need a Saudi partner. So basically, you can step in the country, reach out to MISA, which is a Ministry of Investment, and tell them, I would like to create a regional hub for my company. And not only they will help you to establish the company, they will advise you the right lawyers, international law, obviously. They will advise you on the right location to establish your company. They will also help in something that is very, very nice for companies that would like to have a runway when they come to Saudi Arabia, is that they do give grants. Not tax grants, like, you know, France or Germany may have, like, if you do create profit, we will reduce your taxation. No, it's a real money that they will wire on your account. Specifically, I can give you an example, a very easy example. They can pay for your offices for 12 to 18 months, depending on the industry, obviously. They can, if you are hiring Saudis, they will pay their salaries for several months for you to train those Saudis representatives. If you're bringing foreign employee, they will pay for 20% of the overall cost. What does it mean? So yes, it takes time to establish a company in Saudi Arabia. It takes time to go through the procurement processes. It will take time to get deep in their culture. But as a counterparty, they will give you time to do so. They will give you means to do so. And obviously, and something that I was extremely surprised, they're extremely open-minded. People do ask me if, as a woman, I feel there is a difference in the way how they treat me. Listen, I think I'm better treated in the meetings in Saudi Arabia than in France. Does it make sense? But my main advice, and I think it's something that I would like to emphasize, be patient. They are learning from us, and we need to learn from them. And this is something that you have to be very comfortable with. If you want to have a American style of growth, it might not be the right region for you. But if you want to have access to a deep growing market, extremely lucrative, by the way, it's the right moment to enter this market yet. It might not be the case in the next 24 months. Have I answered the question?
You have. So I remember back in 2008, when I started working in Saudi Arabia, so, and I'm re-emphasizing the relationship importance of how business is done there. My first contract there was with the Chief Technology Officer of Saudi Telecom, and he said, very short to me, he said, if you're a good consultant, you'll be with us for a year. Sorry, if you're a bad consultant, you'll be with us for a year. But if you're a good consultant, you'll be with us forever. And we are still working there. One thing I'm not sure what I should mention, but we had a quick discussion with the Prime Minister yesterday, and he mentioned that Macedonia will soon be opening the embassy in Riyadh. They already made the first visit to UAE recently. And as a consequence of that, I think there'll be a visit here. The ambassador was here discussing with Borko some details, and we hope to, with the opening of the embassy, to have a bit more presence, because as I know that, you need to be there. You can't cover Saudi from outside, even if it's Abu Dhabi or Dubai. They want you to be there. They want you to have a local presence, the companies to have at least an office, and to employ certain Saudis which will be trained. And I've mentioned to you, I also read the other day that they're also trying to get Saudis on a secondment in Europe and other countries, 6 to 12 months, and then they're getting them back. So, Macedonia, you've seen the beauty. I wouldn't mind, having some, Saudi professionals also coming here for some period of time. Will be quite refreshing, actually.
I would like to emphasize this element. So, as a French person, our ambassador is extremely active. What does it mean? So we have meetings, we have sit-ups. They educate us on how to approach different high representatives in Saudi. And I really pushing you as a business community to ask your Prime Minister to accelerate on the establishment of the embassy as quickly as possible. It's important. It will put you on the map in Saudi Arabia, and it will educate Saudis on Macedonia as well.
So I think we are coming towards the end of our session.
That's
I think
it's
a good glimpse of what's happening in Saudi. There's a lot more happening there. And if you want to learn more, you could reach me, you could reach Helen. And again, thank you, Helen, for coming. It was a pleasure having you here and sharing your lessons, and hopefully you'll come again.
Absolutely. Hope to have an invitation.
was awesome. Before I introduce the last session, and yes, we're at the last session, quick reminder, you're gonna get a survey with feedback after. And one of the most important things that Nikita and her entire team does is take feedback from everybody. The topics we discussed over the last 2 days were the feedback from the team. People like we just had speak from that was saying we want people from these regions or that region to come. So make sure you fill those out, provide suggestions. We want to make this as beneficial to everybody here as possible. And without your feedback, we can just go blind and it's easier to get ideas from you guys. So I'm excited to introduce my good friend and mentor, John Beachhoff, to come do the last session. He brings a lot of energy. So even though it's the last session of the day, let's go. No, you are.
Toya's complaining about because I get the last group. We're holding you between me and the one. So. All right. How excited is everyone for the last group? I have the distinct honor of bringing up three gentlemen who bring completely different perspectives to this conversation. One's an Australian who moved back to Macedonia. The other is someone who lives here, actually lives in Tirana, but he exports to many countries around the world. And the third is a guy who is in international telecom, lives in the Middle East, but also dabbles in the alcohol business here. So welcome all of you. And by the way, I just want to add on the last point, if you have not been to the Middle East, to the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi, you must go. The place is on fire, and they are doing all they can to diversify and invest. Unlike a lot of Western countries, they're much more open to trade and improving relations, and I can personally testify to that. First of all, we have Dalibor Furtunik, right? Did I get it right? Furtunik, who's the CEO of Sourcix, which is kind of medical software, and he'll talk a little bit about what he has been doing. I also have Regino, he said it called Gino to keep it simple. Secrezi, who's the co-founder of Trifolium, but also does an NGO for summer interning that we can talk to as well. And Ivan Skenderovsky, who you saw up on the last panel. I just want to give a little bit of a perspective about the diaspora and what they can do. I didn't even know what diaspora meant when I got involved in the organization. I'd always heard the word. But realizing, getting involved in Macedonia 2025, coming over here a lot, I started seeing the impact of what diaspora can mean and what it actually does. And some examples of where we play a role in society and what we can do is obviously economic development is one of the primary pushes. Remittances, the World Bank even classifies Macedonia as one of the highest countries that gets remittances from foreigners. I know my parents, my babas and dedos, they were always helping some of their relatives back here in terms of what they did. Investment, in terms of investing in local businesses, and entrepreneurship by creating joint ventures or working with younger people. Mitra, who's our board member, classic example. He helps the guys run the boats on Lake Ohrid in the summer to help give them summer jobs and finance it. So, we're kind of all over the place in terms of what we can do. Knowledge and skills transfer, education and training. I think one of the proudest things that Macedonia 2025 has done is get very involved in the knowledge and skills transfer. We have education programs for entrepreneurs. Mike's got his management training at Kellogg, everything. I mean, that was kind of what I would say is the easiest thing to do because of our development and upbringing in the West in terms of and realizing the primal importance of it. And I know we talk a lot about brain drain, but there's also brain gain. There's people, Jerry Nomov, classic example, who was very successful in business in Chicago, came back, lives in Macedonia, and is involved in companies, but basing himself here. So it's not just a brain drain that can happen, but a brain gain. Another area where the diaspora plays a role, UMD, Macedonia 2025, is political activism. One of my highlights of this conference was how much we talked about corruption and how the country has to fundamentally change if it ever wants to get advanced as a society. And I know we come from a background where communism and socialism, it was a much different order, but you cannot invest in a business and stay here or want to grow and grow your family here if we don't make it a level playing field for all, and the rule of law is paramount. And we are continually, every government we've ever had, whether it was the left or the right or whatever, we always hammered away on that theme. And there was other things as well that we talked about, you know, independence of the judges and whatever other things that we could do to help promote and advance the society. And part of that is just supporting some of the reforms. Last night with the Prime Minister, I had my own session with our entrepreneur program, and they talked about small business financing. I know in Canada we have programs where the government will guarantee small loans for business startups. They have to get their own loan from a bank, but the government will help sponsor it. So it keeps the person responsible for the financing. But there's other ways, you know, that can be done in terms of trying to support reforms for business and culture. Obviously, cultural promotion, preserving the heritage of our country, both here and in our own countries. We have a Macedonian golf tournament in Toronto. We have a senior home for Macedonians. We have multiple churches that do Macedonian events. The Linden Picnic is one of the biggest picnics for Macedonians in the world in the Toronto area. So promoting and preserving our culture is very important. And then promoting tourism as well. If there's one thing I really want to see is Macedonia's tourism numbers just go off the chart. We were with the Prime Minister of Georgia last night, who said they took it, I think Mikey said from 500 million, 8 billion in a few years in terms of tourism. Tourism is the best money you can have because it's all profit for the country. Every dollar that's spent stays in the country for the most part. And it employs a lot of people in the service economy. So we really have to improve the tourism and keep pounding away. And then, of course, building our global networks, which is the biggest reason why a lot of you are here, because you have to network to advance whatever your cause is, whether it's an NGO or a business or anything else. So I think, you know, I just want to give an overview in terms of how I view the diaspora and the role that we've tried to play in helping. And what's great from a Macedonia 2025 perspective is our board, which was 10 years ago, all diaspora, is now half domestic and probably going to be moving even more to more domestic people who reside here, who are more aware of the issues and can have a bigger impact. So I'm just going to throw open a jump ball in the first question, and you know we could go down the panel, but I'll start with you, Ivan. You live abroad. You obviously have a very soft spot in your heart for Macedonia. What do you think of the role of the diaspora and how we can continue to help in terms of improving things?
Well, the diaspora, I see it into sort of three segments, right? You've got what we call blue collar, and like you mentioned, those are the ones going for hospitality or construction work, and those, they don't need much. They need their transfers back home to be as cheap as possible, efficient, and maybe some nice flights back home, right?
Microphone.
Sorry. Then we've got what we call the white collar. So diaspora working for professional companies. So they could bring, obviously, partnerships with those companies. They could bring some know-how. But at the same time, they're not the decision makers because they don't own those companies. And then is the third segment, which is entrepreneurs, investors, and so on, the likes which put back some money in Macedonia or have an ideas of what they could start.
Like an alcohol company?
Sort of. and there you have, you need support. And I needed some support for both companies when I opened here. Because if you haven't lived in Macedonia, and I'm out for the last 25 years, the things which you expect to happen here, they're not happening. And then unless somebody is holding your hand and helping you, you'll find it very frustrating. And if you're an investor, if you're trying to do something in a country, if that country frustrates you, you go to the next country. And I have an example where, you know, at one point I threw the toys out of the pram, and I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister. I said, we are moving it to Serbia at that point. So if you're not here, you need some support and some enablement. And I mean, the embassies should play a bigger part in this, I think. I don't think they're doing enough. Macedonia2025 is doing a certain role, but the embassies have a specific role which I believe they should be playing, and they're not playing it at the moment. Yeah.
Dalibor, your own perspective?
So for me, my own story is that I grew up and lived in Australia. I was born here, but I grew up there, and I've just moved back. So really, I shouldn't be up here because I'm no longer a member of the diaspora, I think.
Yeah, but you've got both sides of the equation. That's why we brought you up
No,
here.
no, and this, this for me is the thing. The world gets more global and more connected. This is improving among the diaspora generally, but I think young people cannot make a connection unless they spend some time here. So the first thing the diaspora, need to do and be encouraged to do more broadly is to visit. I think this is happening more. But there is such a tradition of guest work, of working abroad, of remittances back home. And I think there needs to be a fundamental shift, which again is happening, but support and accelerating this would be enormous. Remittances achieve nothing in the long term other than a small amount in the economy. It's no different to, a World Bank grant or something, right? The focus needs to shift to investment. And even you're making the point as well, you have one bad investment, you don't want to do it again. So rather than personal investments, which are great and totally should continue to happen and be encouraged, there needs to be a better structural mechanism, and I think this is the right forum to lead it, quite honestly, to enable people to form small funds where they've spread the risk. You got 10 great guys with an idea who know 10 guys from the diaspora who are well-heeled, well-traveled, bring experience. Co-mentor all 10, invest in all 10, and if 2 turn out to be duds, whether by fault of their own or no fault of their own, it does not matter. I like making this point, and I appreciate it maybe over-ambitious for the country, but I still believe in it. Sequoia Capital, right, Facebook, Google investor, all that stuff. Their investment in Google, I think, was up, 100,000% or something, right? In Facebook, the same. Their net annualized returns during the biggest Silicon Valley boom was 30%, which is a phenomenal return. But 30%, when you've got Facebook, Google, investments, that's so many duds. Here, one dud, people like, that's it, I'm done. That culture's got to change. You need 100 duds. This thing is, at the end of the day, as entrepreneurship is as much a gamble as it is a place where your labor and your time and your ability are rewarded. And, when you've got people who have built up a life overseas, don't necessarily want to come back here, the ability for them to spread their risk would be tremendous. So, the way to do that is for members of the diaspora to connect with other members of the diaspora, form their own associations. I mean, and the now more than ever, the infrastructure exists. You talk about the clubs in Toronto. I mean, a bunch of young people coming out, seeing what goes on, understanding the potential and the opportunity. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more later. But for me, it is that ability to spread the risk and encourage the mindset to go from things like remittances or just visiting to full-on, full-bore investment in a safer way that encourages even more of it to happen.
Thank you. Gino, over to you.
John, first I'd like to thank you all for having me here today. It's truly impressive what you're doing with this project. I didn't have an idea before, and it shows a lot about your dedication and passion. As for the value of diaspora, I fully agree with everything that you mentioned, but I wanted to see it more from a business perspective, and I think that diaspora can serve as a waiver for the risk of doing business in our countries. In every decision that we take as business leaders, we take many factors into account, like interest, convenience, workforce in the country where we want to go. But one breaking point for me is trust. And trust is something that the diaspora can bring for our countries, because they are proven examples of success in integration. And if you take advantage of that and we find back home an environment which is welcoming and we have the right people which we trust, we can create synergies which can add value to the diaspora, the country where they are in, and our home country.
Thank you. Let me throw you then on offense. If you were hired as a trade consultant to the government of Macedonia, what would you? I'm going to ask each of you what would be your 2 or 3 priorities that you would focus on in terms of improving or making your own investment experience better for the next person.
Right. Shall I start?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I mean, the first one, it will be linked to what I've done in the past. So I'll give you the example. So it took us 3 months for the distillery to find the master distiller. It took us 6 months to do the setup, buy all the equipment, find the place. And then it took us 2 years to get the license. And that was because of, you know, the intergovernment communication. We were very confused. We were being taken from one government office to another. They were not talking to each other and so on. And so the process improvement, the intergovernment communication, making things simpler, lowering the paperwork you need to do, that is a must. The other thing is, for example, now I'm trying to make the other office, which is the consulting business, a bit more diverse, where I'm trying to employ people from elsewhere to come to Macedonia, because if you have more foreigners in your office, then the official language becomes English, and they learn more from those people coming rather than we try to train them somewhere else, right? But I'll give you an example. I've employed a Moroccan national who needs to get a business visa for Macedonia. Macedonia has only one embassy in Egypt covering 54 countries in Africa. And I need to get him a visa for Egypt, for him just to visit the embassy and go for the interview. It takes us months and months to get those visas. So simplifying visa processes for both tourists coming to Macedonia and potential employees coming to Macedonia, it's a must, I think, along with these other processes. So simplifying things, making it more welcome when we try to do those applications. I think that's the first thing which I would change.
Dalibor?
I want to echo the point about freedom of movement. So we were contacted by a South African company. Said, guys, we've seen your product. It's amazing. Actually, an Australian radiologist had gone to South Africa. This is how they found out about it. And they had booked the flights here before we all realized there was no way for them to cross the border. And there's no embassy, so they would have had to spend the night in Cairo, like you said, or Istanbul to figure it out, and there was just no way to get that done in time. But the other point I want to make, you know, I have been for years promoting the absolute merits and quality of things available in this country to anybody who will listen and anybody who won't listen, depending on the event. You know, we have incredible food, natural beauty, natural resources, tourism. But one thing that we massively lack is a good reputation. And this we have struggled with as a business. So I'll share a little bit of our personal experience here. Macedonia for more than 12 years has had a world-class digital health record at a scale that is unprecedented globally at a national level. There might be bigger health systems, but to go top to bottom across a whole country's health system doesn't exist anywhere except here and Serbia. And I know this because this is our industry, you know, we've been global. People don't believe it. They come out here. I've brought I think we brought 20 people from New Zealand, 2/3 of them from the Ministry of Health, and a few from Australia. And they sit there, you know, their jaws on the floor the whole way through. We've managed to introduce them to officials, and, you know, the various ministers of health have contributed to this and been willing to take the meeting, which is fantastic. And their culture shifts. Yes, the hospitals are a bit crumbly, ex-communist and everything else, but the quality of the ideas and their implementation is exceptional. You know, I'm proud that we've been a part of that. It is part of our company's story and our history and what we do. And years of war and economic devastation and, you know, a closed economy and everything else caused so many problems. So I don't really know if the answer is a marketing campaign. I think there definitely needs to be one. But something like a trade commission, you know, we do have good diplomatic ties, and there are some incredibly dynamic, agile personalities here as consuls, as former ambassadors, as current ambassadors. Get out there and basically do little expos that promote what we've got. I mean, you put Smidgen and Tikvesh at a show in Australia, you know, you've probably already done that and are selling, you know, buckets, but Tikvesh is hard to find anyway. Smidgen I managed to find in a few places, you know, but just set that brand up as this is European and does European quality. We're still cleaning the floor a little. You know, don't look at that bit. Look at the scenic mountains. Enjoy the premium wine.
Right.
Have a great time.
Gino.
For sure, I cannot say what is the best thing that the government of Macedonia can do, or any government, because I believe it truly depends on a case-by-case scenario, but it's important that governments have a clear vision of where their country wants to go and which fields they want to prioritize. And also, more important than the government, I think the whole ecosystem has to go from a zero-sum-up game where everybody wants to get a piece of the pie to creating shared value for everybody. I think that is the way. We have had experience in Albania where we wanted to bring international investors, but governments were not very flexible, and they were not clear where they wanted to go. It required us 3 years, for example, to make the government prioritize ICT upskilling in Albania, and now finally we have ICT courses since first grade.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a really good point. We skipped the whole regulation part of that by owning the company in Macedonia. So on paper, we're an Australian company, even though the entire management is here, all of the key workforce is here. Every other country, including the on paper head office, is a sales office. There is a role for the private sector here too, and the diaspora, which is open a company in your country, and then fuse it with here. That is not so difficult, red tape-wise.
Just to re-emphasize to what Dalibor mentioned about the marketing and the brand and the campaigns, I still remember those CNN commercials, which were way back about Macedonia. And at that time I was outside, and I was like, this looks really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I got so many calls from friends and colleagues and business partners saying, we knew you're Macedonian, but we didn't know your country is so beautiful. But we saw the video on CNN. How can we visit?
I think they're relooking at a international campaign again, because it was effective. And I had friends say to me, "Wow, yeah, now I know where you're from." I want to put a bit of twist on this because it might be applicable to a lot of the small businesses that are out here. Talk to us a little bit about the internationalization of your office. Like you brought up the fact of mixing cultures. Not only is it a language benefit, but what does it do to even the domestic people when they start working with foreigners, either abroad or here? You bring them into Macedonia.
Right. Well, I think so. The office which I've got here, I'm trying to make it more international, but at the moment it's.
But why?
I'll explain you. It's purely Macedonian now. All the other offices, I've got 4 others. They are very international, right? And what I felt here is the Macedonian office is having some sort of pushback towards the other offices in terms of collaboration and so on. But when I send the Macedonian teams abroad, and they travel everywhere, they travel to Africa, they travel to Central Asia, even Philippines and Chile these days, they work a lot better. And it's sort of breaking that way of thinking and the way they work, and breaking it by introducing somebody who does things differently, right? And things like business analysts. We don't really have a school which teaches university students how to be business analysts. We have problems with the way they're approaching problems. So I think we need that injection of foreign talent and ways of doing things so they could learn, and again, so they could speak English in the office. That would be amazing. The English presentation skills are improving. At the same time, they are traveling to projects, and they've got a mixed environment in their own office. I think the mix of those 3 will bring the whole quality and the performance of the office upwards, if we could get the visas.
I totally agree.
Our company is a slightly different story because we have our own tech product. So mixing cultures, I think, would benefit us eventually, and we're starting to look at it now. But from a sales and marketing perspective, it's invaluable. And, I had enormous value initially bringing people here, and subsequently the value came from sending people here out. And the more time anybody here spends overseas, I think it reinforces the parts of what they have from here that are good. We don't always have this reputation, although I think with the people in this room, we all deserve this reputation. People here work hard. Yes, we have like 36 public holidays a year or something, but other than those days, we work very hard. And, I'm always impressed by it. And no one in the team here, we serve global customer base now, right? So we've got calls at night, late at night. We just had the team do 4 weeks of Treta Smena, right? Overnight for this huge deployment in New Zealand. And they, you know, we brought them in, we're like, guys, there's just no other way, I'm sorry. And they're like, all right, let's get a roster together, make the plan. No one complained about it. You know, I mean, it helps that they believe in what we're doing, but and I think rightly so. But the time spent overseas also gets rid of preconceptions and assumptions. And for me, the most important ingredient, maybe even you've seen this, you know, that's given from people who come here, they validate that here is okay. For so many years, everybody assumed that everything here has to be the worst. You know, I had a problem with the internal marketing too with the team. I remember one time someone coming and saying, a recent hire, Dalibor, you know, we really do have something impressive. I was just in Germany and it's like, you know, nothing's integrated in the healthcare system. I'm like, yep, now you believe. And that's so powerful. So really it's just coming down to experience, but the value is enormous from this. So the more travel, the better, honestly.
Well, I would take my personal case. Personally, I was exposed to the Dutch, British, and Italian culture by living there. And it changed completely my perspective in doing business. We were more open, we understood their norms, their values, had the possibility to create more network. So I took advantage of this when I came back and managed to make the companies go international just than being locally.
Yeah, I think it's one of the challenges that I would put to people with small businesses here is bringing someone and locating them here to enhance your business has a double impact. It's going to improve your whole workforce in the office, and it's going to open you up to a broader community, and we're going to start getting more of a brain gain in terms of people here. I think we always have to assume, well, you know, they want to live in Amsterdam or Stockholm or whatever else, but there's many benefits to here, and their disposable income in terms of what they'll have will be a lot better, and your workforce will be better. Sorry, Gina, what were you going to say?
Because we have always this idea that living in Amsterdam or living abroad is way better. But for example, what I say to many Albanians that go abroad or also foreign friends, okay, why shouldn't you live in Albania? You have the sea, you have sun, you have 4 seasons, so you can enjoy life much better and do the same work as well from here. So now you can work remotely as well. So.
And
I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, go.
I just want to reinforce this because my own experience. In Sydney, we're in Sydney, you know, and I've been to the GTA, it's about the same. You go anywhere, it's going to take you 1 to 2 hours of driving, just all the time, and you live in the car, and I hate it. You know, the other day I was in traffic, it was really bad here in Skopje. Instead of 5 minutes from my door to the office, it took me 8 minutes. And everybody's like, honk, honk, honk. I'm crying tears of joy, you know. I tried to call my mother when she was still over there. We couldn't get to the end of the hellos. You know, I'm in the office right, I'm like, I'm gonna have to call you back, Ma, sorry, you know. And it's a huge thing. People really appreciate it when they come here. It's a really good point.
Dalibor, what brought you back? Like, what motivated you to do it in Macedonia versus elsewhere?
So many factors, you know, and one of them was to locate myself closer to the team. You know, we got 150 people now, plus a few dozen overseas. I couldn't run that out of the, you know, the home office at 11 p.m. every single night on phone calls. It just doesn't work. So that was one, you know, significant reason. But I also felt it would be better for my family. If I can walk to the office or spend 5 to 8 minutes in the car, that's time with the kids that you are not going to get over there. And the time with the kids is sometimes in the car, right? They're not even looking at you. They're strapped to the kid's seat, staring out the window, listening to whatever music they or you, usually they prefer. So that was a big deal for me. I also find the social culture very warm. You know, something that has happened in the West that bothers me greatly is that children are afraid sometimes of other children. Not for like physical violence or something, you know, there is a reticence. Here, we got a little baby who's just started walking. Every possible kid, because it's hilarious, it's like a tiny child walking, it's like a living doll. Every single kid will come up, pat her, hug her, kiss her, and they don't even know these people, right? Half of them aren't from here probably.
You won't get that in New York.
No, we really won't, right? You know, and that for me is a big thing. But the other thing, I just want to make a point on this one. For now, this is a permanent home, and it will always be a permanent home in my heart. But something that as entrepreneurs, I think we can start to appreciate more and more, and I want to try and send that message to the diaspora. A passport, a tax residency, a domicile, these are tools. They are neither an identity nor are they a thing that is any more permanent in the world, right? We're not all farmers and need to keep an eye on the field. Go somewhere for 3 years, like the people you're going to bring over, right? You know, you'd had your years over there, came back. The idea of mobility, physical mobility, is easier than ever, but it's doubly easier to come here than to go there because you have such a support network. And even if, you know, whatever's hard, you got 3 hours back in your day that you're not in traffic to do that thing. It's huge.
Ivan, what brought you back? Was it the investment opportunity or Macedonia or a little bit of both?
So it's a different story for both companies, right?
Okay.
For the first one, I'll blame my wife. So we had a project in Serbia with the Serbian government, EBRD, and I used to travel there quite often. And we were discussing one night, and I said, look, there's a local talent there, you know, and they're doing this for us because we had to get, as part of the project, some local consultants there. And he said, well, you're traveling now to Belgrade. I mean, why you don't consider opening something in Macedonia? One, you're going to tap into the local talent, and two, you're going to go back home more often. And that's what's happening now, right?
Yeah.
So that was the first trigger for opening the consultancy business. For the second one, which is the distillery, it was purely emotional because, I mean, I was enjoying gin way before I had the distillery. And, I mean, we were actually making it in my kitchen in the Dubai villa there, illegally, but only for a personal consumption, right?
Just personal.
Personal consumption, and then
and friends.
And then I started Googling about, you know, the main ingredient, the juniper berries, and I found that Macedonia has the best juniper berries in the world. Full stop, right?
There you go.
A lot of the.
So it was the product. At the end of the day, it was.
Yeah. So we thought we have to bring the gin home, right?
Yep.
So that's why we opened the distillery.
Gino, I'm going to ask you a little bit different question because you do so much exporting. What's your biggest challenge in terms of scaling your business to export from here?
Well, when I came back and joined the business, we were exporting nothing. So the biggest challenge was because when you go from a country like Albania, they do not trust in the product that you will provide. And that creates a lot of problems, especially on the side that we are, because we work on recycling, and recycling is a bit of, also internationally, it's a bit of oligopoly in the sense that you don't get the rights to enter into mills very easily. So it was about getting the right connections in the different countries, and then you could enter, for example. We started working with Macedonia last year, and it was made possible through a friend which I met while I was studying in the UK, but we were next to each other, so we didn't do it before. So, but now it's working, it's going pretty well. So challenges can be hard, but can be overpassed if with hard work, I believe.
So I talked a little bit about what the internationalism does for your employee base. I want to ask each of you, because you either live or have worked abroad, in terms of your leadership and management style, like what did you personally gain by your international exposure as opposed to just staying here?
So in terms of what?
For you,
outside,
like how outside, getting outside of Macedonia, what did it do for your management skill set and the way, you know, you approach things both from a business mindset in terms of, you know, when you left, or, you know, to what you've achieved now?
Right. Well, I think, you know, when I left from here, I worked for 12 years for British Telecom, right? And I think, you know, when you leave the country, it's very good if you go to a relatively large company which has certain way of doing things. Obviously, British Telecom at that time, it was well-established company. You know, you fit into a mold, but that mold is not a bad mold because there are certain things which you learn, how to deal with meetings, the quality of the outputs. You learn, again, how to communicate with other people, different cultures, different nationalities, and it sort of develops you. And then companies which are with that size and have international presence, then they give you opportunity to go elsewhere. I mean, from UK, then I went to Far East, then to Dubai and other places. So they give you opportunities to grow until a point where they're stifling you, because then they become a bit too bureaucratic and then you have to go out. But it certainly gives you the perspective of how to deal, like I said, with different cultures. It improves your communication skills. It improves the quality of the outputs. And I believe, again, I'll come back to what I said before, that bringing international talent here will also help in terms of the local team. So,
were you anxious at the beginning?
I was straight out of university, so of course I was. Yeah. I mean, I didn't even have the visa at the beginning. I had just temporary visa, so I was trying to prove myself in order to be there for longer.
Dalibor, the reverse. What did you bring? What skill sets did you bring that you found
I had a different experience because I've kind of been an entrepreneur since the beginning. I think not the skill set, because I didn't learn anything about managing a business over there other than what I learned by doing it. The thing that you're allowed to do in the West culturally, and actually Australia is not friendly for this, but my father spent some years in Cleveland and gave me enough of the American mindset that I could, be more entrepreneurial within a not so entrepreneurial culture. He also worked for British Telecom. It still blows my mind that you guys never met because you were basically like in the same
wild.
region. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
One of my first gigs was subcontracting into BT, which is terrible because it sounds like, my father just gave me some work, but it was someone completely different. So I stand by that. It was not pure nepotism, it was diluted nepotism. But for me, it was the ability to share here and with the team here, and in fact with my partner in the business and close friend Dragan, we grew up at a time when people not much older than us were starting Facebook, all kinds of global businesses were being created. Google was a very young team. And I think the assumption here has always been that the world has to bring it here. And, I met tech entrepreneurs in New York who were terrific. And I met some where I'm like, I would not trust this person to take a coffee order. And they're out here pitching at a startup pitch session. Therefore, there is no barrier. Just go for it. And that ability to come here and basically just convince the whole company, guys, we're just going to go for this thing. Yes, it's a national deal in New Zealand. Let's just try the thing out, and then we won it. So I think there's a terrible expression because of its history, but I love using it, drink the Kool-Aid. You gotta be able to convince people to drink the Kool-Aid, and sometimes that is literally sharing your international experience with them so much that you're effectively drowning them in the Kool-Aid, pickling them in it and saying, we can. Doesn't matter where we are, right? You can build it here and the world will take advantage of it. Smidgen is global now.
Gino.
So I finished studies and immediately turned back to business. So it happened, not all because it was in my hands. I was studying in the UK, then Brexit happened, it was more difficult to get a job there. And then I came back, stayed in Albania, wanted to move once again out of Albania, then COVID happened. I had my Dutch visa coming out here in Skopje. I couldn't come to pick it up, so I got stuck then in Albania. But I made use of many friends who have companies abroad, and what I learned from them is something that we didn't have, is that to create a structure in the company, to have different teams, and to be able to delegate to them and to give them responsibilities. In order, if you need to grow, you have to have people who can take responsibility and put the tasks forward.
I love asking this question, especially when we have a lot of young people in the audience who are starting businesses, everything else. Fear of failure is, I find, one of the greatest things to overcome when you're growing businesses, and you learn more from mistakes than you do when you're successful. I'd like each of you to just talk a little bit about, did you fear failure? Did you overcome it? How, like, personal feelings in terms of why failing is just as good as success in some ways?
Yes and no, really, because I've got a motto that if you're overanalyzing things, you're going to paralyze yourself, right? So that's given. And I didn't, I resigned from BT at this time when I didn't have anything else. And then I started doing freelancing, and then we opened Salient. So I didn't have much choice to think about failure. You know, you're there on the market.
You just did it.
You'll have to find a way to make, put food for your family, right? So, and if something fails, you try the next thing. But, you know, at the end, there is an outcome. You can't be always failing, right? There'll be something at the end.
Guys, Dalibor?
Yeah, just echo that point. You know, for me, it was the assumption, and this is, I just want to tie back to that point about the remittances and investment. This is why investment is such a more valuable way to engage with the economy as a diaspora. If you didn't earn the money, you will die to keep it because you're never going to get more. Failure is...
You've gotten 2 applauses today. That's
Thank you, everybody.
That's a record for one of my panels.
I'm glad you agree, right? Because if you've built something and it fails, well, you've proven you're a builder, okay, right? The fact that you built in a swamp, maybe you picked a bad location, maybe it's the market. Nobody saw the tariffs coming. Actually, some people saw the tariffs coming. I had a good day that day with the market.
Not like
no.
Not as
Warren
big as they
Buffett saw
were.
them coming. What is he on? 5% of all T-bills now. You know. So but the point is, when you have built something, right? When you go to the gym, and I learned this in the gym. I learned how to articulate it. When you lift the weights and you cannot lift them anymore and they fall out of your hands, you actually gain the most muscle and bulk. And this is a thing that weightlifters do to get huge, training to failure. So financially, we shouldn't do that as often as we should do it in the gym. You know, your muscles recover more quickly than your bank account. But don't fear the failure in the sense that the consequence of failure is you did and learned so much, now you're equipped to do more. And the experience you have gained, no one can take that from you.
Exactly.
That's a gain that is not financial, but is worth money down the line.
Yeah, Dalibor said it very nicely, so I cannot add any more to this. I believe that we should not stop from the fear of failing, but grow every time that we fail.
Exactly right. So the government comes to you and they say, I want to hire you, go market the country. What would you tell your friends or business people or anyone looking to invest in Macedonia, the benefits of why you would locate here versus elsewhere?
Well, Macedonia, obviously, you know, it's relatively small country. I would say it does have a good talent. That talent needs a certain upbringing in terms of being internationally competitive. The country, in terms of the processes, yes. I mean, you have to be patient. You know, there is that factor, but it's right in the middle of Europe, even that it's not part of the European Union. Strategically, it's nicely positioned, right? You could reach a lot of locations. You could attract talent also from North Africa, for example. North Africa and the whole of Africa continent, it's now into this cycle of creating better and better talent. So I would say, you know, the country, you know, it's something which gives you a starting point. And, you know, the government, I think, now is more open into supporting new business startups here. We also have the free zones and so on, but, you know, even opening a mainland company, it's not that difficult. Again, the environment is very livable, I would say. You know, it's a nice country. You've got all the seasons. You know, food is relatively affordable. Accommodation is affordable. So with the same amount of money, which if you're earning in Europe, you could have a better quality of life here. So the quality of life, I think Dalibor mentioned it, you know, traveling in London with tube and, you know, going or commuting from outside, you spend hours and hours to get to the office. And you know, it's not a pleasant transport. I mean, here you're everywhere in 15 minutes. So there's certain things about the quality of life which you get here, which you don't get elsewhere, even if you're earning double that, right? So I think that is one of the fundamental things that, you know, here, coming to Macedonia might improve your quality of life than being somewhere else.
And all of this is, part of why I came back. I mean, we talked about that. My joke answer is I would say nothing to market the country because I don't want people to get at the talent that we need to continue to sustain our growth as a business. But I kid. We should compete for the talent. We should compete for the talent because then the talent comes up to meet the competition. 90% of our company, our workforce, started life as an intern. This is now our team leads. This is everybody. And every year I hear about how the education system is terrible and is declining and, all these usual complaints. And yet every year somehow the new interns are even better than the last crop. And that's the human capital that is still growing up here, and they are starting to feed themselves. They're young professors, remarkable individuals. I know some, we work with some, but I just want to echo that thing I said before, where like a passport is a tool, a citizenship is a tool. The geographic location where you base yourself is also a tool. Macedonia is remarkably well connected. The airport's not far away. Some cities it takes an hour and a half, Sydney, to get to the airport. If you want to bring someone here, I think stressing that the quality of life is good, that there is a remarkable talent pool. We keep talking about how many people go out. And, I always say this, let them go. We don't need 3,500 senior finance professionals today, but we might. You actually have the pool of people you can bring back here in the diaspora and beyond, and other non-Macedonians as well, who have now been battle-hardened by their work experience in other countries. And all of them know that their quality of life is inferior to what they would experience here. They do it for their careers and their personal development.
Gino?
So I wanted to take a bit from what Ivan said, that, okay, Macedonia is a small country, but this is the case with all the Balkan countries. But what is that we have to, could be very well to sell is that when you come to Macedonia, you just don't come to Macedonia, you come to the whole region, and be with how well connected it is, you are part of a whole different market. And given the new shift that we are seeing in the world, that globalization is not the same as we knew until now, and we are moving towards regionalism a lot, Macedonia can be a very great entry point for also the region here.
One more point, the taxation here. I believe corporate tax is still flat 10%, give or take, right? I mean, now even United Arab Emirates is 9% tax. So United Arab Emirates, Macedonia, they're just about there on taxation. So 10%, I mean, compared to European Union and other countries, I think it's amazing here.
So I want to thank you all. If I could wrap up the session for everyone, I'd say that the highlights are get international exposure either for yourself or bringing people here to work in your organizations. That'll, balance out your team. The quality of life here is exceptional in terms of what can be achieved for families, low taxation, and keep staying on the government to improve our programs, to improve the business climate for everyone.
There's also a great annual summit.
What's that?
There's also a great annual summit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Before we wrap up this year's Macedonia 2025 Summit, I would like to take a moment to thank all of our speakers, board of directors, sponsors, attendees. We could not have done this without you. And now I would like, for the closing remarks, invite the CEO, Nikica Mojsovska-Blaževski, and the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors, Vasko Kronevski, to close the summit.
We are not going to sing a song.
No.
Although we had this great birthday today.
Yeah,
and apparently...
Victor deserved the song. But later on, over the drinks. Yeah. So thank you all for being part of the 14th Annual Summit of Macedonia 2025. It was an amazing pleasure to see the energy, the vibe that was created around the summit. And I must say that every year brings more pressure for the upcoming year. When we opened the summit, we expected that we're going to at least achieve what we achieved last year. that basically from what I heard from the crowd, from the comments last year, was amazing energy, a lot of inspiration based on facts, experience, but basically motivating everyone that we can do more. And basically it all comes to how we can go forward and do that. We're thankful to all the participants, speakers, supporters, sponsors that contributed to this, because the discussions, the points raised, the inspiration given is invaluable, because what we gain out of this is experience from others and how we can bring it all here. But what's most important, being the board of directors, having the leadership and entrepreneurship in their blood, we want to act. So we don't want to wait, we don't want to plan, we want to do. And we are not just a think tank, we are a think-do tank. So we want to say that we're gonna act immediately. Start small, think big, act now. And this is very important, that we want to act, but not alone. Whatever was discussed here as an inspiration and what we can do and how we can leapfrog, this cannot be done by a small group of people within Macedonia 2025, although we are growing year by year by different types of association within our work, board, ambassador clubs, sponsors, supporters, projects that we cooperate. We still need a lot of stakeholders to support us. So the government, the educational system, the private sector, NGO, so many type of institutional support and partners are needed to transform and to leapfrog. So this is kind of a call up for action. Macedonia 2025, it's no one's ownership, it's ours. It's a platform that we want to show that it's open to anyone to contribute, to give their support, to give their contribution to move it forward.
Thank you, Vasco, for this great introduction, which is part of the closing remarks. I would go back to this last panel because it really reflects one of the things that we want to achieve, to bring diaspora back to Macedonia and also to pursue their investments in Macedonia. I would like to, because I know that they all had their own stories, but I would like to just add that Dalibor is actually big ambassador for return migration in Macedonia. And what he does, it's not just that he lobbies for that, but he makes songs using AI personally for each of his friends who live abroad, and the songs are actually asking them to come back to your homeland, and, you know. So thank you, Dalibor, for doing that. And he also made the perfect song for Macedonia 2025, and you know, we will promote it soon, but using AI, which is very interesting. So thank you all for being here. Those of you that were here during my opening remarks know that what I mentioned is that we really cannot do anything without all of you, starting from the board of directors, advisory board, ambassadors club, but each one of you. And I mentioned that about 60% of you here were either part of our programs as individuals or as businesses, and we would like to see that in the next years it will be 100% filled with our participants in our programs. There are people throughout the history of this organization, going back 18 or 20 years, that really supported the organization in many different ways. And you know, we want to thank them all individually. And each year, if you follow us, we do contribute part of our talks, discussions, and so on these special people to us. All of you are special. But there are people that really donate a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of networks, and so on. I would not mention here financial contributions. It's important, but not the key to the success of this organization. So I would like to actually present, it's not an award, it's really kind of recognition to few people who really deserve this. And what we do in the office, we say, okay, let us see who donated most time, not money, but most time to this organization. I would like to mention few people, and I would really like to ask them to come here so that we all celebrate them. The first one is one of the people who was, I think, first Macedonian, so from Macedonia, that was part of the organization from the early days. He's also, I say, founder of the summit, along with another friend, Anna Arsov, former CEO of the summit, I would say that. And he's true friend to each one of us, person that you all know, but I think that we should publicly recognize this person for all his effort, time, and energy that he donated to this organization. So it's Zoran Martinovski. Zoran, I would really... We need a picture otherwise.
Yes.
I'm just asking Zoran whether he wants to give a speech, but okay.
Use the platform.
Yeah, use the platform,
Okay.
Zoran.
Act.
First of all, I'm truly honored for receiving this award, and just naturally, I wanted just to reflect on how it started, and if you allow me just 1 minute, or maybe 2 minutes, I recall my very first board meeting in New York, and then the topic back then was, well, what's the future of the organization and what we should be doing? And basically, John and I were walking like several blocks, if you remember, and I said, look, let's give it like 1 more year to rethink the purpose, and the next year, basically, the idea about the summit was born. The vision was to create a platform for Macedonian business professionals to connect and cooperate and leverage, their sort of experience, knowledge, and so on. So I'm happy that that vision that was born, again, 15 years ago is still very much alive. And I would like to express my gratitude to the leadership, to the founding fathers, Mike, John, Mitre, but also to Nikica for taking this to the next level and make it really what was always the idea, to make a Davos of the Balkans. Nikica, congratulations.
Thank you, Zoran, again. And there are additional people who, again, donated a lot of time and energy to this organization. I would like to invite them all on the stage. They're not informed previously, so please don't be surprised. So Vasya Petkovska, and I hope they're here because this is a moment of surprise. Elena Panova. Alexander Celeski. Alexandra Miloševska. There is one additional person who already received kind of recognition from this organization, but mainly as a representative of a company. And today I would like to give this recognition to him as a person, and that is Petar Rybarski.
Oh, yeah.
I feel compelled to say this. This summit keeps getting better and better every year. And Zoran, you actually said during that walk, what if we got a bunch of people together in Ohrid and we bring in business people from America, Canada, and with the local people, and we put everyone together? And I was like, do you think it can work? And Nikica, you and your organizing team have taken this summit every year. It's better and better and better. You've done a fantastic job. So he may have conceived of the idea, but you made sure that the baby is off and running now. So thank you on behalf of all of us.
I think. No. I will not jump into, but special thanks needs to go to the team, and I'll let Nikita do that, because the efforts, everything that was done to make this look so smooth and professional. I already told last night to the team that if I ever try to organize something in this scale, I would not bother do it within my company, I would just hire them. Because this is to be on total autopilot as a guest at a conference that everyone perceives that we are organizing, feels really good. None of us was bothering with any details. Thank you.
You know, he thanked everyone, but I wanted to go into more serious topic. Yes, I mean, this is event at which we want to talk about the future of the country. We want to create the vision or support creating the vision, and then also kind of inspiring and motivating all of us, especially the policymakers, to really move the needle or to implement, to execute. It is also an event where we want to celebrate our organization, so apologies if this took too much time, but really, as I said, this organization is running on people's time, energy, and enthusiasm about the country. However, I would like to go back to my opening speech yesterday and convey one key message. There were many messages that were conveyed during the summit in each panel, on each topic, and I believe that you already have them with you. But the key message that we would like to convey is that apparently we need bold or bolder reforms. We need reforms that will transform this lovely, nice, and beautiful country into a country that is more prosperous, a country where the living standard would be higher, a country where the happiness of people would be higher, a country, as it was mentioned, that can become a regional hub, either for investments, either for doing business, for East and West, and so on. And I believe that with your effort, because each one of you present important citizens and individuals in the society, but you also represent businesses, with our efforts as Macedonia2025, combined with Diaspora, and doing advocacy with this government, that we can achieve this. And I would like to end this summit with what Mike was mentioning previously, because I think that is very important. Think big. I hope I don't get it wrong. Think big, start small, move fast. So I hope we move fast. Thank you, everyone. Now we have these great cocktails made with Smith gin and also some Tikvesh wine to unwind.